All right, what's going on, chat? Welcome to the NECC semifinals for Collegiate Overwatch. I'm Altcharge, joined by Chase Nuclear Nukem, and we should have a banger on our hands tonight, Nuke. It's going to be New England College taking on King's College. New England College is the 7th seed. Last week, first match of the stream, they 3-0'd the number 2 seed. So tonight they're going to be, the number 3 seed. Tonight they're going to be taking on the number 2 seed, trying to keep their good thing going. Nuke, let's get right into it. How you feeling tonight?
Oh, I'm feeling amazing, Berkeley. Thank you for asking. I am eager to get into the action tonight. Like you said, they are on a tear right now, the New England College Grims, going for the throat and the championship this time around. However, you're looking at the record. They've been in this matchup. Obviously, we're in playoffs, so they would have had to play to get to this point. And looking at the score, King's College 3-0'd New England College last time they faced off. So I'm pretty confident King's College is going to take the crown this evening and move on in the playoff bracket. Speaking of which, looking at the lineup, we got Aircraft 20, Link, Faintest, Mojo, Jojo, Virgio, and PMC on the side of New England College. What do we have over there, Berkeley?
On the side of NECC, we're going to have Coin rocking the main tank slot, and then we actually have a damage dealer in Shadow Storm. Plays a lot of Reaper, this fella, and pretty crafty on that hero. Then we're going to have Jet. Party will be Shadow's DPS duo. Nylan is going to be Coin's off tank, and then Angel Day will also be on support here. Nuke, explain how the maps are going to work tonight, because we are rocking a pick ban system for playoffs.
Absolutely. It's a back and forth. And I mean, I feel like that's the most competitively integral thing to do, right? Is to have the pick ban system going into playoff. The first map that we will have going down will be Oasis. So we will be moving into the control area first and foremost. You can see that down at the bottom where it says current map right over here, right over here. You can see it right at the bottom. Very eager to see what they're going to do for picks and bans moving forward. Any thoughts on what we might see? I know last week we saw a lot of Kings Row taking that other slot, so that could be a possibility.
Yeah, well, Nuke, one thing about Oasis is it's not the most diverse 3 points of control in all of Overwatch. So you actually might not get to feel out your opponent very well on this map like you would on an Ilios that has those diverse points where you can play Brawl, Dive, and you're probably going to get a look at all of those. So I don't think the victor of this map actually gives up a lot out of their hand. So it's actually going to be very interesting moving forward as to what map 2 will be picked for hybrid. I'm guessing we go Kings Row because unless it gets banned, teams almost always seem to pick it. But New England College, they're a team that loves to run dive compositions. I'm pretty sure Kings, even though they're higher seed, they're probably more well-tuned on more compositions. They do like to stay together. They like to run Brawl. They like to run Virgio on this Reaper, speed boosted around by Mojo Jojo. So it's going to shake out in a weird way. These two teams do not have similar styles.
Yeah, that's very true. In looking at it, it could come down to a style diff. And if one plays one style better than the other, say Dive or Brawl, then they may have to switch off and play something that's more secondary. Getting into the action, though, we got Party up top. Nilan trying to push in on this NECG side. Getting to point. Point's going to unlock in 1 second. And it's looking like NEC is pretty low, but that's a big anti-nade on King's College.
Yeah, and that is what Jet can do mid-fight. Just turn it around with the use of one cooldown, but still have to do a great job supporting these tanks. And we've got trades coming in. DPS players on both sides end up going down, but it will be Shadow Storm up on the high ground, pocketed by Angel Day. Angel Day also getting the res off, and a huge advantage going the way of the Grims here. And they should have no problem flipping this point back unless King's College make a miracle play fast.
Yeah, the sky just got really dark as Shadow Storm going on the tear almost has that tactical visor online. Looking at NECG side, they do have 3 or 4 ultimates, and it is going to get thwarted by a massive Riptire, by a Faintest. They are still on point fighting for it. They're going to switch off. We're going to see Nilan now on point fighting off against Faintest, and an upset. NECG is going to come back, try to get this point back, but King's College racking up the percent and holding time.
Yeah, like I was saying, they got to make a miracle play and make it fast. Enter Faintest with the 2-man tire, as well as getting one with the rock hit of Junkrat. That is going to be enough to get King's College through 50% and continue to climb here. Just the use of one ultimate, and they switch up their composition a little bit. Now Faintest over to the Tracer, Mojo Jojo switching over to the Baptiste. So they're going to have a little more staying power. Faintest, of course, going to be able to stall, and Mojo Jojo having that incredible cooldown immortality field to keep him through here. But a big shatter from PMC stuns 5, and that'll wrap up this second fight early. 75% already for King's College. New.
That was a beautiful play from King's College because they saw Coin engage. Coin dropped the bubble, and they just waited. They were like, okay, well, he just threw his shield down. We'll just pop that and throw Shatter. That's exactly what they did, and that allowed them another 20 seconds on this clock. Now it's at 90, and NECG is on their last point. They are going to get the stun off on Link, though. That's Virgio in the backline with a massive Death Blossom. That's going to be Shadow Storm as well. Now trying to attack Visor, but he is going to get pulled by Link, and Kings look like they have this on lock.
Yeah, King's College get what looked like a pretty easy 0.1 victory here on Oasis. I don't want to speak too soon because we've already seen one miracle play in this game so far, but HP on New England College just looks a little too low. This one does not quite look winnable, and New England College just kind of meet their demise in a very long first fight. That Faintest, the hero for King's College, brought back with the use of one ultimate, and that just threw New England College off kilter. Their ult economy was out of whack, and they couldn't recover from there.
Absolutely. I think that Death Blossom added a lot of value as well in King's College. It pushed off NECG and separated NECG, yes, separated them the front from the back. So they were kind of split in that final push. And if anyone knows Overwatch, you do not want to be split going into your final push because that could throw everything through a loop. Going into the second point, do you think that New England College sticks coin on this Reinhardt?
I think it's a fine look for them. I think what their main focus has to be here is don't get too discouraged after the first fight, because last point they set themselves up so well to actually flip the point back, and I think Faintest's miracle play just kind of defeated their morale for the rest of the round. If they play this whole 200-second game here for the entire course of the round, I think they're playing fine enough Overwatch to take a couple of points here from King's College and swing it back. But Link early on, going into the back line, getting the hook and headshot kill onto Party. And, I mean, right now it's just spilling out. Both damage dealers down on the side of New England College, and now King's College is starting to steamroll this fight. They're hopping off the high ground. They've got targets to call. Jet and Coin both fall, and it looks like, again, Nuke, the first point will be taken by King's College.
I have the faintest idea of how NECG is going to come back from this one, as the damage dealers on King's College are really flexing what they have and showing it. I mean, that is the second time now in the series King's College has gotten the first cap. And the crazy thing is NECG got there faster. They were able to rotate faster. King's College came up behind them, and they just didn't have the staying power on top of point. PMC, though, sitting here with Earth Shatter, not going to be able to use it, though, as he is hacked. They're going to get counter shattered by Coin. Coin tearing through the front line. That is going to be Jet as well, getting a couple of kills on the board. That's going to be NECG more than likely taking this point back at around 33%.
And that's a full team effort there by the Grims to get this point back. It's Coin's big shatter. Nylan, she ate up a pulse bomb too, not letting Faintest make that miracle play by sticking it onto someone and finding a multi-kill. And then Jet, the support player for NEC, gets involved in the kill feed as well. Gets 3 up in the feed, so that was a well-rounded effort to take that one back indeed.
And I know that we both love Reinhardt, so watching Coin hit that shatter after getting hacked, or after PMC getting hacked, was pretty big. Just as big as this shatter now coming out from PMC. Gonna find a pin into the Reaper, but not gonna find a kill. Unfortunately, that's gonna be Virgo stopping down, and the fight will ensue with King's College being down a member.
Yeah, it was a big sound barrier dropped by Angel Day to actually perfectly time up that shatter by PMC, keeping everyone on New England College alive and just letting King's College step into them. They had so much HP in that last fight, and King's College, despite a big earth shatter and a pin onto onto Party, it just wasn't enough. The Reinhardt came in guns blazing, and there was no follow-up on the sound barrier.
Yeah, that's what we call unfortunato in my book. Faintest, though, with the sneaky play in the backline. Gonna get the hack off on Nilin, trying to get some damage, gonna go back and doing what Sombras do best, racking up that ult charge, if you will, to try to get that EMP online.
Goes in and hacks Nylan again. Nylan not able to get away from that one. Now Faintest actually has the EMP ready to rumble here. Goes into the back line. Pops it in the back line. Timed up with the Death Blossom from Virgio. And that is how you follow up in a flash. King's College with some textbook fundamentals. Sombra Reaper, the Wombo combo you need to get the point back.
Yeah, that was an interesting Death Blossom. I don't think I've seen that before, because he started the Death Blossom on top of the pillar and then waited until that EMP came down to drop, recognizing if he dropped immediately, he could get stunned out of it. So that was just a great play. I don't know if there was some adaptive comms coming in there from Faintest telling Virgio, you know, just hold up a second, wait, I'm not there yet, EMP's now, and then he dives in. That was just really great all around.
See if they can continue to hold the point here as New England College start to contest. Party has the Death Blossom, and they've already invested Jet's Amplification Matrix. Shatter laid down, but just into a big blue rectangle, but it's gotta be Party letting loose here. Death Blossoming and finding the elimination onto Link, but PMC responds big, lands the pin there onto Angel Day, and the kills are found for King's College. Just rolling into him now is PMC. That is a main tank presence you do not want to mess with.
Absolutely, royalty shining bright, and King's College showing the upper hand on this map as well. While this has been much closer for the Grims, sitting at 82%, they do have a chance to get back touch point and halt this royal push.
And I think this is much more of the round where New England College did not just get in their own heads after the first fight. They're staying in this one, but right now their alt economy is not looking good as overtime has already begun. Vergio's got the Death Blossom online, actually takes down Coin here, and now looking to just steamroll into the backline. But the Sound Barrier popped to keep the Grims alive for now, but still sitting on their ultimates are the DPS duo of King's College, just letting it wait, letting it simmer, and now Vergio finally puts it on the grill. That's going to be enough to take down Angel Day. Faintest comes through with the EMP, as does Shadowstorm, but it looks like Faintest with the bigger one landing on the more members of the Grims, as overtime is still starting to bleed here, stuck at its fullness. It does look like King's College still has a couple members of an advantage.
It doesn't look like NECC is going to be able to make it out of this one alive. Unfortunately, Jet and the Reaper were not able to play around each other, and King's College will take the first map. However, that second point was much closer than the first.
Much closer indeed. I think it's just going to be King's College realizing that we're coming into this game the heavy favorite, but NECC is playing the kind of Overwatch where they can take it to anyone in their division. I think that was a much better showing from them in round number 2 of Oasis to actually prove to King's College, hey, you're not going to run away with this one. We're going to hang in there every single map and make you fight for it.
Yeah. And I'm glad to see that we're seeing those sorts of fights. And I wouldn't expect anything less from NECG based on their performance last week. Coming into this week, I'm expecting an all-out brawl. And that is exactly what we got in this first point.
Yeah, and it will be NECC or NEC actually picking the map for map number 2. So we'll see what they opt to go with for hybrid in just a few moments. But how these teams got here, King's College, the original number 3 seed, right now they're number 2 left in our top 4. They beat SUNY 3-1 in their first round. And like we said, New England College, they had a massive upset. New England College comes in as the 7 seed in the playoffs. They have to take on number 2 Marywood, and they 3-0 them. So this is a team that no one in the division wants to mess with. They're playing some of their best game at the biggest moments of the season. They found all their wins in the regular season late into the season. And the winner of this one, Nuke, goes on to play either Howard, who is the number 1 seed, or Hood, who is the number 4 seed.
Oof, that'll be tough either way, Berkeley. Those will be tough matches.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be quite the final, as it always is, especially in the emergence, because this is one of the divisions in NEC where you never really know how it's going to happen. You never know if it's going to be a number 7 seed like New England College coming into the final out of nowhere and just shocking everyone. But it looks like the top seeds are still kind of hanging around. Hood still in this one, Howard as well, and of course King's College. It really is just New England College, the last remaining Cinderella story here. It looks like King's College banned King's Row, so we've got something interesting on the table, and not quite sure what New England College is going to pick. It looks like they're going to be going to Blizzard World, Nuke.
Interesting. We saw this a little bit last week in our matches, Berkeley, when we were casting, I believe it was, and I think we're ready to go in, actually. We're going to go straight into the action, heading into it. But we've seen Blizzard World a couple of times so far in the playoffs is really what I'm getting at. And this first point has been contentious. It's very hard to take.
Yeah, it is. And we've seen a lot of different compositions come out, especially from the damage dealers. But one thing that's been very consistent for successful teams here is the double shield. Orisa and Sigma just seem so strong on this first point with how long the walk is from the attacking spawn all the way to point. It's where poke comps on defense can really just kind of shine with how much damage they harass you with. But we've seen a lot of creative plays come out from attackers as well to counter that, like taking rotations all the way toward like the defending spawn, just going around the map using all of that natural cover. So this is a first point where it can be very much a headache for the attacking team, but it is a time for a creative team to actually start to shine.
Exactly. And that is what this division is all about, right, Berkeley? It is all about being creative, playing creatively, and catching them off the foot a little bit, making sure that you're keeping them on their tootsies, as we like to say.
Yeah, it's really hard to find your balance, especially on the second point too, because that's when the map kind of completely changes. So the attackers, even though they actually take the first point, the defenders have a great advantage to be able to just come out of spawn, switch, and adapt to this point of the map in particular, where you just hold down on that high ground that we're looking at in this spicy B-roll and really start to make a stand there. But I love this hybrid map for the just case that every single point, you can run something completely different and be so successful. You can break out snipers on point 1 and 2, go hardcore brawl comp on point number 3 once we get inside the castle. And yeah, that's what I love to see in a hybrid map. Make it so the teams with depth in their roster have a little bit more of an advantage in the map.
Yeah, and I love that because I think that Overwatch, as we've talked about before, is a very adaptive game. It's a very much a moving chessboard of you don't know what they're going to throw at you, and you have to kind of be ready for it and react to the situation. So whether it be a dive comp, a double bubble comp, double shield, brawl, I think that there is a lot of flexibility on Blizzard World for what you play. It looks like NECG going to go for a more of a double shield comp. King's College looking for more of that pick comp, kind of a rush down, grab the pick, go in. I think whether or not Link is able to get these hooks off will determine how these fights play out.
Yeah, and I think if we just follow Link here, we're going to see them separate from the team a lot more and go for a cheeky flank, because Link is that final boss on King's College that has a lot of potential to just roam the map solo style and just get into the backline and find a pick. Not really there to support PMC, although PMC could sure use it right now. Playing with low shield, low HP, they've got to be careful not to go down here, but it is Link hopping onto the high ground with the boat on it, right into the backline. They set up a second teleporter here, and now kills are starting to trade out. PMC goes down, but it looks like New England College, they're actually worse for wear. They've lost Coin at Shadowstorm, and it did look like one other member, Jet, was felled in that fight as well. So some crafty teleporters for King's College might actually get them this first point.
It looks like that's exactly what we're going to see, and what a great rotate around to make that happen. They got onto the high ground, pushed them off, and then just swept from there, continued down. Shadowstorm almost turning that fight around, but getting extremely low, having to back up. And as Link was looking for a pick, instead found Jet, who was previously on that Baptiste, now switched over to Ana for, I'm guessing, a better comp is what they called for. Ana could have a lot of value here, though, with them having the Roadhog. That could be a pretty big counter.
Yeah, we did see Jet win a couple of fights on Oasis just with anti-nades. I mean, anytime you're able to land one of those on Link when they're trying to heal, it's pretty much a guaranteed elimination onto a tank, so that is big, big value. Now the Blizzard gets chucked in from Shadowstorm, trying to make everyone a little bit chilly, and the anti-nade lands as well, and it's going to be Party trying to pop off here on the payload, but Virgio comes in, sits down the damage dealer for New England College, and now this one looks very even as Angel Day gets the res off, but pays for it with their life. It is just a battle here. Nyland popping the Gravitic Flux. That one pulls up 2 into the sky, but it doesn't look like the follow-up damage is immediately there.
Yeah, Nyland trying to go for a massive play to continue this defense, but King's College just has too much in the tank to continue this push. Party, unfortunately, when that Blizzard went off, was on the low ground and not able to find the picks, and that will be King's College continuing the push as the Death Blossom thrown in front of the payload. We are going to see Make spin the self-heal, trying to stay alive. The Death Blossom will find a coin. There will be a charge pushed through the backline, and that will be Angel Day needing to back up. Shadowstorm going to find a pick on Link. Jet following up is getting the pick on Virgio. This could be the halt, but no, they will touch, and King's College will get that very quick second point. And that is not easy to do, Berkeley. We've said it time and time again. You stick to the high ground and play the levels that are available on this second push, and it's pretty hard to contest. So New England College finding themselves at a little bit of a deficit now with King's College having 4 minutes on the clock.
And what I've seen King's College do here is just dissect the map with these sim TPs.
Oh, no.
I mean, this is looking dicey, but PMC goes a little too large there and is completely countered by the side of the Grims. And now they actually had to expend their Blizzard as well, making sure that PMC did not find any value with that really ballsy Earth Shatter that he wanted to go in with. Instead, this one is still duking out close to the payload, and it looks like New England College are going to have to invest heavily if they want to continue to hold this point where it is. But King's College expending everything to keep this attack going right now, New.
Yeah, I mean, that was a massive Symmetra wall coming up. Coin, unable to put the damage off because you do not want to find yourself on the other side of that wall, especially as it's separating payload. Coin, though, sitting with an Earth Shatter, and there is no shield on the side of King's College. It will come out. We are going to see some swinging, but the Baptiste Immortality Field will save the day. PMC finding the pick on Jet. That's going to be Nyland trying to get a couple picks in the front. Going to find almost the Roadhog. Party, popping the ult, land the disco ball, and looking for the rave. Trying to get some picks in here. Shadowstorm, Jet, and Angel Day coming in clutch for NECG. That may be the halt to the push that they needed after now, what, 2-3 minutes of constant pushing from the royalty over at King's College.
Yeah, in the King's College, I believe They're the Lions, and they are looking fierce tonight. They are not tame. They're out of their cage. They're going crazy in this game so far. What I've noticed is every single fight, they've got someone coming in the backline at the start of the fight. A sim TP goes up. They've got some more members coming in the backline. Here, it looks like the entire squad is ganged up, going for backline picks here, and Shadowstorm falls first. Now Virgio, Telly's deep, and the Blossom goes nuts for a quad, trying to find more. Wiped is New England College, and the payload moving toward its final destination with well over 2 minutes.
Yeah, so TP, throwing down the sound barrier there. What are your thoughts there? 'Cause I feel like it was unwarranted, but I understand needing to throw it down for the Death Blossom.
Just an insane dominance play here, and it pays off big. I mean, if someone's in your backline when you're not expecting it, it's a hard enough thing to actually get that focus fire on point, especially in a division like Emergence. You throw a sound barrier on top of that, make it so they're pretty much unkillable. King's College just had free range of just running at anyone in that fight, and they ran at everyone.
Well, the Lions are the kings of the jungle, and I think that's exactly what they're trying to prove here. That was an incredible push. I mean, they have 2 minutes and 48 seconds left on their shot clock. If they have a strong enough defense to push back the Grims, this could be a pretty quick map too, Berkeley.
Yeah, and this actually might be the first map where we see King's College really kind of shake up their team composition, and they are going to do it. They're going to run the double shield, Faintest on the Bastion, Virgio actually giving up the Symmetra, or actually going to the Symmetra, from Faintest, and they're going to be TPing this Bastion all around, making it so those off angles are going to be all the angles that they take. It's going to be a very tough defense for New England College to crack.
Yeah, paired with the double shield, I think this is going to be a very interesting and sort of like you were saying earlier, kind of quirky defense.
This is huge brain.
Yeah. This is forehead. This is five.
What they're setting up right now is a bunker where you, as the attacking team, have to come around those corners aggressively onto the point, and I'm just guessing that Virgio is going to have a TP under Faintest for when they do that. That's going to go up top, by that high ground with the boat, and then everyone is going to be in a shooting gallery for Faintest. I don't think New England College go into this first fight with much success, because this is not something you scrim or prepare against.
I don't think they know. Oh wait, no, they know.
They must know now.
They saw the shield. They saw the shield, but there's no way they knew beforehand. Oh, Coin turns the corner, finds about, a solid 250 damage in his face. They're now going to try to push in, find the pick. That's a great
There's the TP
out from May. The TP going out
a
of
shooting
top.
Gallery.
There it is, back and forth. Faintest teleporting. They get to the high ground. They're like, we got him. Wait, where'd he go? He's not there.
Oh my God, Megamind, King's College just lighting up this creative defense to stop the first push of NEC. I mean, if you're scrimming this, it's incredible that you actually made it to this round in the tournament and the other team doesn't actually see it coming, because this is like something that opponents would just get the heads up to. They would kind of know a little bit what's going on, but here it just looked like New England College had no idea how to push into it, and they're going to have to try again here, because if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Oh. Yeah, no. We were playing quick play with Chloe, but she added you instead of Buskunk. That's why. I don't know why.
All right, well. I never left, Nuke. I think might not be able to hear Nuke right now. So right now, King's College is just holding it down. I think they're just going to keep on hitting him with this crazy defense. New England College, I think what they should be trying to do here is throw up a May wall, hit the speed boost, and just use all the ultimates. They're going to have Party's Symmetra wall to just try and stay out of that shooting gallery in this next fight, but Faintest is going to be in a very creative spot coming up, as they are in every fight. Leads off here with a kill onto Jet. That is no good, and now the ultimates start coming out from King's College, putting an early stop to this fight. They're just over-investing here, trying to find kill after kill. Angel Day goes down, and the flank from Faint Fest. This is a defense that I don't think is going to be cracked.
Oh, I think it is pretty cut and dry here, Berkeley. Sorry, it sounded like I got TP'd straight out of the call. I'm taking a book out of, or play out of Faintest book here in Virgio, because they are playing this perfectly. Now with only a minute left, King's College took their own push when they were on offense the very first time, and they're holding the Grims back at an arm's distance. It's kind of like when you have a younger sibling and they're trying to swing at you everything they can and just putting your hand on their forehead, not allowing them to get close. That is exactly what King's College is doing, teleporting Faintest around this first point.
Yeah, and it's going to be one last try here. They're going to have Shadow Storm's Blizzard to maybe get the job done here. Already TPing away from the fight is Faintest, finding that first elimination onto Nylon's mech. Jet comes in with that kill onto Link, but Mojo Jojo should have a res for this. Blizzard gets tossed in here. Looks like it could find some targets, but Faintest going down swinging here, going into tank configuration mode and gunning down Jet, but does look like New England College trying to buy back into this fight. They've gotten the kill on the Faintest, but the res is there, and it does not look like this defense is going anywhere. 13 seconds left in the round. This is the Grims' last chance at taking the first point, and Nuke, this one looks like it is all said and done.
And it seemed for a moment there, Berkeley, there was a glimpse of hope as King's College finally lost Faintest. We saw Coin go in and get a couple of swings out on that Reinhardt to take out Faintest, and then we saw Mojo Jojo swinging in, getting the res off, back on Faintest, getting that Baptiste back up, and making that defense impenetrable once again. Play of the game for Blizzard World. Going over to Virgio.
Got to be this TP into the back line on third point, and I love the aggression here. The front line comes in. You can't turn quick enough to take care of Virgio's Death Blossom. And Nuke, I mean, the offense was high-flying. The defense, complete lockdown. King's College controlled Blizzard World throughout the entire duration of that round. And I think they banned Kings Row just hoping that they would just walk into Blizzard World with all the strats in the world, and that is what happened.
Yeah, I think after that first push, NECC should have just taken a step back and said, all right, like take 15 seconds in base. Tell your team, address everyone. All right, they have a Bastion, they have a Symmetra, they have double shield. What are we doing about it? How do we fight it? But it felt like everything was rushed, which I get, right? It's playoff time. You are in the moment. That mental is going to be either way. But the best thing that the Grims can do is not lose hope and continue to keep that brain up to match whatever creativity that is thrown at them. But the Kings, man, showing why they are second seed in this division.
Yeah, I think New England College, they came in around number 1. They got the 3-0 on the number 2 seed. Now they're playing the number 3 seed in King's College. They didn't come into this game too confident. What they did was prepared like crazy for an opponent that they knew, even though New England College is coming in the underdog, you've got to respect them. And here it looks like they have scrimmed every map into the ground over the last week, and they know their plan. Every single team fight on all phases of the map. And Nuke, next we're going to be going over to our escort map. King's College is on match point. Don't go anywhere, chat, because this one could end very soon. Welcome back, chat. Semifinals are underway here. King's College currently up 2-0 over New England College, and they're finding themselves going on to Rialto on match point. So, Nuke, is there any way New England College turned this one around? They beat the number 2 seed last week, but right now the number 3 seed is showing them how it's done.
I think if Kings continues to pull the tricks out of the tool belt, this is going to be said and done for New England College Grims. However, if the Grims just take a step back and play more reactively instead of just running and throwing everything they can at it as we go into Rialto, I think they can still turn this around, Berkeley. I think that they have it mechanically, and even as calling communications, they seem to be playing really tight. If they're able to just get the upper hand and continue to force and push that hand, they could wrap this around.
Yeah, I think it's still completely obtainable. I mean, we've seen reverse sweeps happen all throughout the season, and even there's been a couple in playoffs so far. So New England College definitely not out of this one, but to your point, Nuke, I do have to agree with you that if King's College continue to be creative, continue to pull tricks out of the bag that there's no way New England College could have prepared for in their week of scrims, I think this one might actually be locked up already. And it looks like they're sticking to a tried and true tank line, having Link on the Roadhog, PMC on the main tank, Ryan Harding this one. And actually, they've got Faintest on Pharah. What I've noticed about Kings is that Faintest seems to play everything.
Yes. Faintest has had a very wide range of characters. We've seen Faintest on the Tracer, on the Symmetra, on the Bastion, and now on the Pharah. Wrapping around the corner, trying to get some early picks, and does have the Mojo Jojo pocket on his side.
Mojo Jojo going down there early, though. Faintest, though, doing a good job of backing up the Grims to that corner. Landing the hook is Link, but just getting out of that one almost unscathed was Jet. The scrap gun was not hit there for Link, and it looks like King's College are still hanging around in this fight. They've got a couple eliminations thanks to Virgio, and now they're looking to go back in. Even though they're down 2, they know the spawns are coming out pretty quickly, and I think this is an advantage that they can push.
Yeah, and they are holding back the Grims using Faintest's distance away from the rest of the team. Mojo Jojo making it back in time as well. Looks like the Grims are going to regroup. Angel Day falling exceptionally, though, getting peppered by those rockets from up top. That'll be Shadow Storm taking out the Mercy, and Faintest responding true, hitting 4. Now, 4 and taking out Shadow Storm. That's going to be huge for the Kings as they continue their push.
Yeah, they take point 1. They throw up 5 minutes, 15 seconds to find this streets phase of Rialto. And it looks like it might be easy work because we actually are finally seeing the hit scan switch from New England College. They realize that the composition they rolled out with, although it is a strat, they know how to play it. It is not ideal going up against what King's College is coming at you with. You've got to find a way to tank Faintest out of the skies, and it's not going to be easy here. Faintest is doing a great job of just taking off angles and going complete backline for all of these engagements. It just puts New England College in such a tough spot like you see here. They wanted to hold on this staircase, but it's not possible, Nuke.
Man, Faintest has to have some traditional experience with the just tactical FPSs, because he's playing this line of sight exceptionally well, which fits the Pharah playstyle well. Virgio diving into that backline, getting the Death Blossom and forcing the hand of the sound barrier on the side of the Grims. That's going to be a massive Earth Shatter from PMC as they continue their push, and nothing seems to be stopping this carriage carrying the Kings to the end of this map. They now are almost at that second point, and that's going to be 5 minutes and 30 seconds to get it to this final point. The Kings are stopping for nothing, Berkeley.
No, they're not. They're being ruthless right now, but here on third point, there will be a roof over the Bird's head. Faintest could have trouble coming in here. It might be a rocket barrage and switch unless they're able to steamroll this fight, but New England College, they've got to take a fight their way. They've got to just stick to their guns and their positioning of a map. They can't actually just keep conceding the ground and playing where Kings wants them to play. Here comes the barrage, and it lays down 2. Jet and Party no longer for this map, and now the steamroll coming in as the front line steps up. BMC swinging for the fences to take down Shadow Storm, and it is the final leg of the map already, Nuke.
Yeah, and they have 2 on payload. Scratch that, 3 on payload, trying to get it there as fast as possible. That's going to be Faintus denying the res on Angel Day and separating the rest of the roster. Jet trying to get there in time. Shadowstorm also trying to get there in time. Will it be enough? It will not! And King's College will make it to the end with 4 minutes and 35 seconds on the clock. They are stopping, as I said, for nobody or nothing.
Yeah, 435. That's about the cost of 1 ticket to the finals here, Nuke. That's a massive time bank to throw up on Rialto, especially when you're probably already in the heads of New England College. They know that they're playing with their season on the line this map, and now staring at that time bank, it looks like it's almost impossible. What do you think they have to do to get back in this game compositionally?
I think they recognize their back is up against the wall and they play their players to their strengths. I remember seeing at the very beginning of the first point, they wanted to run that dive with the Winston, and it seems as though they're going to be changing that up a bit compositionally. They're going to have Coin on the Hammond. I think in terms of composition, they have to play to their strengths at this point. So if that's dive, you run that dive and you run it the best you can. You go out with a bang and you show this team what you have. Now, granted, I don't know if Jet is going to have a very good time on this Zenyatta, given the resume that we've seen from Faintest and Vergio, but it could be a turnaround. Who knows? They all are switching to characters we haven't seen. We really haven't seen Shadowstorm on the Echo Island. We haven't really seen on the Diva and Coin. We've only seen on the Ball very briefly. So this could go in their favor. Maybe they have some secret sauce we've not seen yet.
And I do like how it's a complete shake-up here. You're not going to be running a brawl composition that Faintest can just land huge splash damage on. If everyone is balled up, those rockets are going to get so much alt charge so fast, and there's going to be a barrage online almost every fight. But here, New England College is going to be playing much more spread out. I think they're going to have a little bit better focus fire if Coin is calling those slams. As Shadowstorm comes in, this first fight not going their way, but it looks like they're going to be just fine. This is a composition that is going to actually change up early here. Party going over to a hit scan, now playing the 76, and Coin back on the Reinhardt. So they quickly opt out of shaking things up, and they're going to go back at them with this composition that Kings has seen before.
Yeah, Kings did get the res back off on Link, so they currently are in a 5v6. New England College is able to get in and find an end here. They could get this push off. Coin, like you said, switching over to that Reinhardt, immediately finding 54%, and that's going to be a Transcendence being popped by Jet to allow the opening for the team to get in, and it's going to do just that, as they're now going to find 4, count them 5, picking the rest of that roster as they push in. I'm not sure if that was a misclick from Mojo Jojo, but the Valkyrie's also going to be popped. Looks like a misclick is just kind of buying the timeout now. It's going to be the Grims pushing up very close to this first point, but Kings will make it back in time to defend.
And I would love to see him lay it down here. The shatter comes through onto everyone. Coin making the big play when it matters, canceling the supercharger from PMC as well. And it looks like NEC is going to take this first point with plenty of time on the clock. This is the opening to the Rialto attack that they desperately needed.
Yeah, I mean, that was an... Oh, Vergio in the back line, stopping it, and they're 3 minutes and 352 meters away.
Oh, my
holding
God.
Every chance they had. The Kings are coming back and taking him through a tear. That was what they needed, and what a clutch play from Vergio.
That might have been the single biggest caster's curse of my career. I didn't see Vergio standing up there. There's no way I would have said that if I had seen him. I knew he had the Death Blossom, but I thought he was coming back from spawn, and just a huge clutch play again. At first it was Faintest on Oasis, and here it is Vergio. It just seems like the Kings College damage duo cannot be stopped in this game.
They're throwing everything they have at them, and man, I'm telling you, this team is turning around these fights. This team being the duo that we're seeing on Kings College. Like you said, Party falling low as Vergio once again finding that off angle. We're going to see the tac visor pop from Party as the rave has commenced. Will it find any targets though? It isn't going to find a pick. It will push Kings College back at bay, but that's not what the Grims are looking for right now. They got to get these picks, and they have to get them fast with only 50 seconds left on the clock.
And Virgio does this every fight, teleports to the high ground and then has a drop-in engagement onto a target of his choosing. It's just fantastic Reaper play we've seen from King's College, just going in on the flanks. Tries to TP into the back line there, but gets stopped by some shrubbery, and it looks like both teams are going to reset. There's a little bit of a pause here before Faintest comes in with the EMP. That lands on the 5 out of 6 members of New England College, and Coin stepping around that corner with no cooldowns. That is going to be quick work made for Virgio. The main tank, the DPS duo for NECC, or for NEC, no longer standing around. And Nuke, we've only got 12 seconds left, and King's College could be going to the final.
Absolutely. I mean, they tried to push in there, and Faintest put him in the washer and set the load size to oof as that EMP hit everyone around. We are going to see the drop in from Coin, trying to get now back on point. That's going to be Nyland trying to stop this whole hog coming out. We are going to see the self-destruct pop from overhead, and it will take out PMC. The Death Blossom in the background is huge. Take it out, party. We're going to see the res back out on PMC, but that's going to be Shadow Storm in the back line with the hit on TP in, and it is an all-out brawl on point, back and forth. It's looking like it's in the favor of the Grims, though, as King's College, for the first time so far, on their back foot and stuck on this payload. That's going to be a full wipe, and the Grims will make it to this first point in overtime.
I don't know. I don't want to say it too soon after what happened last time. They are actually contesting this right now, and Faintest gets low, but if they're able to TP out here, they're going to have that EMP awfully soon. If this point is contested any longer, it's going to be very dicey for New England College. I love the investment here from Party. Popping the tack visor, completely necessary move, gets the EMP out of Faintest, and that is actually going to help them later in this round, but still, they've got to get these last 3 meters, Nuke.
Wow, King's College just trying to put an end to this entire series and getting the Uno reverse card put on him. The Grims had to spend everything to make that happen, Berkeley. Sure, I mean, I guess they still do have the Hammond ult. I mean, they do have the minefield at their disposal, but look at that ult economy. That's some single-digit ultimates online, and that's going to be tough. I think the Grims, what they need to do is just look for getting that charge back that's so desperately needed.
Yeah, it's going to be tough with under 2 minutes now. They've got to get this second point quick to put up a fair time bank as they go into third. Right now, PMC is just eyeing up an Earth Shatter. No shield in front of him. Nothing but squishies and laying it down. PMC goes down in the works here, but it looks like the job was done as Jet and Shadowstorm both fall, but Angel dead. Able to res up back their support duo in Jet. And now New England College, they're going to be coming in. Nyland is going to have an ultimate to maybe expend here. Helixing down. Virgio is going to be Party. And still, though, Kings not completely out of this fight. A headshot there lands onto Jet. And the fan of the hammer for Faintest taking down Coin as well. It is a one-man wrecking crew in the form of Faintest trying to pop the Deadeye here and take any threats out of the skies. And it looks like just some stellar DPS play once again, Nuke, keeping Kings in the victory of a fight.
I would not be surprised if we saw Faintest switch to Torbjorn or Genji in these last 60 seconds. He has played everything so far, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, if this is indeed the last map, I've got some MVP candidates in mind, but New England College, they really hope it's not. The Nano Boost popped onto Party, the Tack Visor as well, the Electric Goggles coming in with an elimination onto Link. Virgio goes down as well, and that is a big duo to take out of a fight, but still, we've got Faintest in the mix, and as long as the Kings have one member left standing, which now they no longer do, they're always a threat.
Well, they could make it back in time. They do have a couple of players trying to set up for a retouch. They will not round the corner, try to make it there in time. TP in, gonna pop the rally on the Brigitte for the rest of the roster. That's gonna be a massive Earth Shatter. Once again coming out from Coin. The stick comes off, but it will find the immortality field and nothing else. Faintest going through the absolute rip and tear though, and trying to get the Deadeye off on top of the payload. It will fall, and with 0.52 meters left, they will hold. King's College is going to the finals.
You'll love to see it. The celebratory slam from PMC, an exclamation point on the end of this set, and it will be Faintest with the play of the game here on Cole Cassidy. It's going to be point 2. It's going to be at the buzzer here, and this one speaks for itself.
Oh, clutch. Look, Maybe not the high noon, but bop, bop.
Ooh,
Just a
faintest.
solid bop. The bonk. No, no, no. Berkeley, I have the faintest idea of who you might pick for player of the match.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say faintest, and there's every right for faintest to be, but honestly, I don't think I can give it to one person. I think I have to give it to the duo because that is what it was. Faintest was making the hero plays, sure, but Virgio got a four-man blossom, came up big on Rialto as well. It seemed like this duo were constantly just battling out who could bring more value into the fight. So I gotta just give it to the King's College duo. I can't just give it outright to faintest because Virgio played so stellar too. There's such a case for both of them. For the first time all season, Nuke, I'm giving it to two players.
You know what? I'm a double down. Lock it in, Howie. Deal. I'm with you, Berkeley. And that's going to be the double duo match, player of the match, coming at you from Alt Charge and Nuclear. I have to 100% agree with you. I'm going to give player of the match to both of those players. They synergized around each other exceptionally well, and it felt like there was always someone in the backline, whether it be Faintest or whether it be Virgio. One of them was always there.
Yeah, I mean, there's really not much you can do, especially when the focus fire is having trouble the entire night for NEC. Just keep throwing members into the back line that are picking up value, and that's what they did. Chat, in a moment, we're actually going to be joined by Faintest for an interview, but till then, we're going to hop over to a quick break. New England College, sorry your season ends tonight, but you had a Cinderella story in the first round. It's a season that you can be proud of, coming into the playoffs as the 7th seed, making it to round number 2 with one of the biggest upsets in round number 1. New England College, don't hang your heads. You played great Overwatch, especially at the part of the season when it was the toughest to do so. We'll be right back. All right, chat, welcome back. It is April 21st. As many of you know, the Overwatch 2 Alpha comes out today, but we've got the Overwatch 1 Alpha joining us here. That's going to be Faintest, the damage dealer for King's College, joining us here. And Faintest, you made some hero plays on map number 1, Oasis, map number 3, Rialto, especially when you're dealing damage. How important is the flank?
It's pretty important, but I think it's better to coordinate with your team that you're actually going to do it. Me and Virgio just work well in that way. That I either take the front or he goes around back, or vice versa.
Yeah, it seems like one of you was always on it. If it wasn't you, Virgio was back there, usually with an ultimate, but just a wombo combo of backline threats, the two of you. You played fantastic tonight, as did your duo. We gave the player of the game to both of you. It was the first time we gave the player of the game to two people because as a damage duo tonight, you guys were just unstoppable. But Nuke, Faintest is here. Do you have any questions for the man himself?
Yeah, Faintest. What don't you play?
Well, I used to play on console, so I play almost every hero, generally.
That's incredible. Yeah, we noticed that throughout the series, you were swapping off quite a few different heroes. I mean, under our belt, we saw the Bastion, right? We saw the Symmetra, we saw the Cole Cassidy at the end. It seemed like your pool was as vast as your play and your mechanics.
Yeah, I mean, I put a lot of time on a lot of characters, and Bastion's my favorite because it's like he's considered the worst character in the game. So it's pretty funny just to play him sometimes and show that he might not be.
Well, I mean, especially when you have a team that is setting up your Bastion like you were on Blizzard World. We knew what your strat was right away. We saw the Orisa shield on that side of the point, and we just knew that pressure was going to start happening. You guys were going to TP to the high ground and put everyone in a kill zone. So even though Bastion might be considered the worst hero, I think he is one of the heroes in Overwatch where if you set him up right, no one is more deadly than him. Is that why you have so much fun?
Yeah, it's just it really emphasizes team play and coordination, and then he really works out well. It's pretty fun. I think our team's gotten down the Bastion strats pretty good too.
Yeah, I'd say that was perfect defense that you guys played. There was no way they were cracking it, especially when you're going up against something like that, where even in a week of scrims, probably no one is going to be using that strat. So you guys just had an insane look on that defense that they could not answer. But Nuke, did you have anything else you wanted to ask Fantas here?
Yes, Faintest. I wanted to ask you going into this next week. I know that school is more than likely winding down for y'all, same as it is for us. So, what is the routine going to look like this week preparing for finals next week?
We have like one or I think roughly 2 practices a week, 3 maybe, but we play a lot at night. So it's just we're used to each other by now. We're just playing some more games.
Yeah, so you think just continuing to do what you've done all season, carrying the same routine going into finals, that's the strategy? Because I completely agree with you if so.
Yeah, I mean, we just we go into quick plays a lot of the time because a lot of our ranks are very different. So we try new things there. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But a lot of the
Sure.
stuff we do too is on the fly in the game. So
Sure. Well, before I give it over to you to give out any shout outs, my final question is whether it be the Howard Community College Dragons or Hood College, do you have a message for either team that you will be seeing in the finals?
I mean, either team we've gone toe to toe with both of them, and I think it'll be an interesting game. I hope they're just ready for us after we've gotten more coordinated.
Strong words, strong words. Berkeley, any final questions or thoughts?
Nothing left for you, Fantas. Just hope you get back to enjoying the victory with your team as you definitely deserve to after playing like that. But any shout outs you wanted to give while you're still on here for the interview?
Yeah, I mean, shout out to the team and to our coach Grant. It's been a really good program.
All right, well, Fantas, thank you for joining us. You are more than free to go and enjoy the rest of your night as you've got the seat at the final table for your division. Once again, congratulations. Tell the entire team we said congrats as well, because from the tanks all the way down to the supports, even though we only gave out player of the game to the DPS duo, none of it could have happened unless the other 4 members locked it down like they did. So you played how you had to find the seat at the finals, and the entire squad of King's College definitely deserve it.
All right, I will. Thank you.
All right. And now, Nuke, I do believe we've got one last semifinal to cast tonight, and it should again be a very interesting one. Coe College is going to be taking on WCU State. It's going to be a number 2 seed versus a number 6, so it's again going to be one that is a little bit separated with the seeds. But before we get to that game, what are your final thoughts on what we just saw tonight?
I think that King's College has the road paved ahead of them. And I think whether it be Hood College or Howard Community College, they are going to struggle against this roster as they just laid the hammer down in a 3-0 sweep against New England College Grims. Congrats to King's College. If they play that coordinated in the finals, it may be the best emergence finals that we've seen to date, Berkeley.
Yeah, I mean, that's some crazy level of Overwatch that we just saw there by Kings to actually take the semifinal away from New England College. And this is a point in the season where New England College was playing their best Overwatch. They were beating high seeds in their own division, and Kings College just raised the bar that much higher. So going into the final, I think it is probably going to be the best, the most competitive emergence final we've ever seen in our esports conference, and I can't wait for it. But I'm going to have to wait. I'm going to have to wait one more semifinal and then a week. So chat, stick around as we go to break. Up next, we're going to have Coe College versus WCU State.
don't know these streets like we do. 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 You know these streets like we do. Like we do. You know these streets like we do. Like we do. You know these streets like we do. Like we do. You know these streets like we do.
All right, welcome back for the second semifinal of the night here on this NECC stream. I'm AltCharge, joined by Chase Nuclear Nukem, and we've got Co-College versus WCU coming up on deck. It's going to be a number 2 seed in Co-College versus the number 6 seed here for the Navigators Cyan division. Nuke, last game was a 3-0. Do you think this one goes a little farther in distance, or what do you think the story's going to be before we hop into it?
It's possible, Berkeley. I mean, we are seeing the 2nd seed versus the 6th seed. Co-College has been on an absolute tear thus far in the playoffs. They 3-0'd Hastings last week, where WCU had a little bit more of a struggle against Lincoln Christian. Great director over there, directed by Fernando Preciado Leal. But I have to say, I got to give it to Co-College. I think it's going to be a 3-0. That's my prediction. They make us do these predictions in playoffs, and it's never fun to say it's going to be a 3-0, but if I'm trying to give my most analytical approach that I possibly can, that's what I feel like it'll be.
Yeah, Co-College has been on fire, but I think I got to give just one map to the side of WCU, but I do think Co-College will be the victor. WCU, just like New England College, got here by beating a team that was heavily favored. They ended up toppling the number 3 seed in Lincoln Christian, and it's no easy way to get to the second round of the semifinals when you are a bottom seed and coming in as the 6th seed, barely having an over 500 record, and then showing up in playoffs is already an achievement in and of itself. But here we've got the lineup for, it looks like, Co-College. We're going to have Joker dealing some damage, Bomberman as well, the DPS duo for Co-College as well as Joker. We've got Anniance, Sassy Jesus, that's going to be a support, and then Sassy on the main tank always brings it, especially on Reinhardt. And then we've got Knife Voltage and Creed coming in. Creed will be the support alongside Anniance. Nuke on the side of Western Colorado. Who we got?
Running into the lineup for your Western Colorado Slate team, we have at the top Disagree, the Mr. Mango, MWM, Boo, Spongy Boy, and Hoodie Tofu. is you're looking at this roster, predominantly sophomore freshman roster, looking to make their run. And an interesting point that I had not thought of, Alt Charge, is College and WCU were the final regular season placements against each other. And while College did take the W then, it was a 3-2 victory. It's very, very close. So I'm going to redact my statement earlier, and I'm going to have to agree with you. I do think that WCU might be able to take a map here. However, it will be a tough fight because College is coming in 100% prepared.
Yeah, Western Colorado, they're in fight mode, tooth and nail every single map. So, I mean, they've already been playing since round one, like their season was on the line. They knew they weren't the favorites. They're not going to be the favorites in any of their playoff matches. So they really have to bring it in scrims, come prepared, and always be game ready. Always compete at that highest level in scrims because you're going to be playing teams that are better than you on paper. So even when you're practicing, you've got to give it 110%. In round one, they started that way. Here, we're going to be going to Oasis for map number 1. We'll see if they can continue to bring it at that high level. Nucleus is the same map we led off with in our last set, and it was one that really wasn't that diverse. It's not something where you get a lot of looks at the other team. Usually, it's just brawl heavy. You don't actually get that intel if a team can bring it with a dive composition. So that actually makes the second map choice in hybrid pretty tough. Do you think it's going to be more of the same this time around?
Yeah, I mean, just like we saw from the New England College Grims, they tried to run the dive composition on Oasis, got pushed back by Kings a little bit. So we could see the same sort of story play out here where we see a dive maybe start to form, take shape. But ultimately, I do agree with you. I think it'll come down to who has the stronger brawl on Oasis to take the dub. You do get very little information. However, we could see some picks get thrown out and information could be had from that. So going into this match, I'm going to be eager to see who has the stronger Reinhardt and who out of the offbeat DPS is able to get into the backline harder and cause some havoc.
And with hybrid being our second pick of the night after this opening control map, Oasis is one where you do get to actually kind of feel out the opposing team's brawl composition, so it gives you some maps that are pretty clear-cut to knock out of the map pool for our pick ban system that we have. The losers will be picking the map, and the winners of this map will be picking the attacking or defending side, so there's actually a little bit of an advantage you can have going into the second map. You can knock off Kings Row like we saw and bring a totally different composition, but here we've got our first fight about to be underway, and I love the compositions here. WCU running Joker, the head of the spear here, slamming in, unable to find any eliminations there, but supports were traded out on both sides as Creed and Mr. Mango fall. Now we've got Bomberman riding up on the high ground, waiting to pounce, but it's going to be Joker pouncing first, eliminating the second support for College, and now their tanks are just hung out to dry, as are their DPS. MWM falls there to Sassy Jesus, and the first point taken by Western Colorado.
That was a beautiful slam to kick off the fight from Joker, knocking up Mr. Mango in the backline, and Sassy Jesus getting a solid hammer swing on Mr. Mango, taking them out very early. That pretty much set the pace for the rest of the fight, allowing WCU to push in and take the point first. Bomberman getting a cheeky melee off on Hoodie Tofu and continuing this dominance on point, now sitting at 30%. College has to regroup and get back to make a play.
And it's always important to regroup as quick as you can, because in our first game that we watched, we actually saw a first fight take far too long that actually cost NEC the opening round of control. We're hoping that these are much more swift re-engagements here.
Very, very true point. Also true is this Gravitic Flux coming out, taking 4 in the air, slamming down. That's Hoodie Tofu. They will get the Immortality field for it. There will be Helix Rockets coming out on Joker, taking them out early in the fight. And this is College's fight to win. They just have to push in, find the damage where needed, as they are now up 2.
Still tough here to find those last couple of picks, and it looks like they really want to take control of this objective. Mango doing a good job here, finally healing up Spongy Boy, who has been frontlining a ton of damage in this fight, and it looks like the flip should come through, but it looks like just an incredible stall here from the Doomfist composition to get back in and recontest. That probably bought them about 15% of that objective.
Very, very true. It did buy them a little bit of time, but look at College. They do have 3 ultimates, almost 4 with that tactical visor online, which puts them in a very nice position as they're looking to defend. We see Hoodie Tofu slowly fall off the top edge. Joker trying to make a flank going in, but we are going to see the tac visor come out from MWM. Take out 2. Caught a Modern Warfare because Legs is on the move.
I love it too, locking in the double hit scan composition and making it work, especially on probably the only point here of Oasis that is going to have a very oppressive high ground for hit scan to really work with. But on the side of WCU, it looks like they've got a lot of ultimates coming online, Nuke, so they could be taking this point back, but they've got to be careful with that ult economy as they don't want to give up too many or that they aren't able to hold down this objective for the final fight, because where they're sitting at right now, there's still some time left in this game, even if they get the point back for another recontest and another engagement.
And I love that they held their ultimates there, ult charge. I think that was super smart of WCU to just wait it out. They lost 2 before they even went in. Speaking of losing 2, MWM takes out Joker, and the fight ensues with a Death Blossom from the heavens by Bomberman, followed by an Earth Shatter. The Quake heard around the world. College trying to continue this push, and they're going to take out multiple. WCU now stuck on the back foot.
Yeah, Sassy Jesus registers one on the Richter scale right there, just slamming down the ground, and I love it. So, chat, gotta catch you up on something real quick here. The teams were actually backwards. College was the blue team this entire time, and after we read the rosters, I was pretty sure about that, but I was very confused and didn't want to just slip up there. So, right now, it is a very even game, which is lucky. We don't actually have to differentiate which side has an advantage, but right now it is College holding this objective down, and WCU State has to retake here if they want this round to continue.
I'm Midwestern, I see an oopsie, and I ope. We're seeing the drive and the dive and the back line. Joker with the massive slam onto the Ana, now looking for a final pick. Knife Voltage to take out Disagree. Joker trying to make a clown of the rest of the WCU roster.
Oh.
But it has been a valiant fight. However, it seems as though College is looking to take this first point.
College locking it in on a wonky composition here, having Joker on this Doomfist, the spear, the tip of the spear for this brawl composition. Sassy Jesus loves to play as far in the front line as possible, but here Joker is just able to open up a little bit more space, which allows Sassy to be that much more aggressive. It pays off for them here on the opening round of Oasis. They are rewarded 1-0 the score so far. College, we're heading into our second point, Nuke. Does WCU make any changes to adapt to this composition? Because that was a very even round.
I don't think so. I think that they try to tweak a couple of things and they stay together. I think the main issue here is that Doomfist. So maybe WCU decides to go off on a Junkrat, which could work against this composition, but I feel like that was working well for them. And actually it looks like Boo is going to make the swap over to Reaper, which could also have some value. Joker trying to get a slam in. All it takes is a quick shift to get out of there.
Yeah, also Boo having those Hellfire shotguns. Joker's hitbox is massive on Doomfist, so a lot of burst damage, especially burst damage that has to be executed with a spread out of a primary fire. Pretty easy to hit despite Joker's insane movement we've seen so far, but I like this. College taking the high ground for this first engagement, not going in just yet, letting WCU put themselves into what might be a kill box. Off the map goes Disagree, but might be hopping around the walls and hanging in here. Joker almost gets knocked pretty low in this opening fight, but it's going to be College now shifting their position to the low ground as both teams contest point. Joker falls early to Boo. That Reaper pick paying off so far. Multiple kills now confirmed for WCU. Bomberman trying to make a play, taking down Boo. Disagree fell off the map, forgot how to stay on. Those skates weren't sticky enough to ride the walls, and now this one is pretty much evened up as WMW, or MWM, Dyslexia, coming in clutch right there. Still, Nuke, this one
is a tough one. I can't agree more. Sassy Jesus, Yas King pushing in the back line, taking out as many members of WCU as possible. Joker trying to fan out this Ana. Mr. Mango on the corner, trying to get a sneaky anti-nade, but is it going to be sneaky enough with Joker on your high end? I don't think so. And yeah, like you said earlier, Disagree falling early kind of paved the way for College to take that fight 6v5 and continue the push. Hoodie Tofu, that's going to be that with the Gravitic Flux. Ooh, and it's going to get paired with the High Noon! MWM taking out multiple, and they are looking to recap this point.
And what we see so many good teams doing is actually spacing out their ultimates to gauge the value that each one gets. Right there, what I saw WCU do was use the Nano, the High Noon, and the Gravitic Flux all at the same time. It's going to win you a fight, but you might be overspending in that situation. The Flux plus the High Noon was going to find you 2 picks. You may not have needed to Nano Boo. That is an ultimate that could have been more helpful this next fight, but we'll just have to see.
True. Sassy Jesus pushes in 93% to the Earth Shatter. Might be enough. They're gonna have about 300 health. Looks like they're trying to get around a high ground, but they're not gonna have the shield charge to do it, so they're gonna be stuck back in this corridor with 97% on the clock. That's gonna be Diva around the right side. Spongy Boy looking for some picks. Sassy Jesus in a comparable position, and that's gonna be the beat drop. Boo getting taken down with Raveform up, and we are gonna see the Earth Shatter dropped. That is now Co College trying to push in. WCU retaliating strong though, and picks are coming out left and right. That's Knife Voltage still alive though, able to take out this backline, and that is a deadly combination of Niance. Forgetting that they're the healer and finding 2 quick kills as well will push WCU back into the spawn room.
And Anniance, a great job by her, the first support to actually get involved in the damage dealing aspect of this game, finding a couple kills up in the feed in that last fight. That's always what you want your Baptiste player to be able to do, is not just heal up your team and have good cooldowns, but always be able to find that precision damage. After all, it is a hit scan hero. But now we have Boo TPing into the backline, but caught out. Joker lands the headshot, but it will be the Cole Cassidy on the side of Western Colorado finding a 2K. Bomberman tries to counter and buy back into this fight in the form of a Death Blossom, but it's not quite the price they were looking for, only finding the kill on to Disagree. And here we just have MWM going to work, holding down the backline, pick after pick by way of the Peacekeeper, and this should be a flip, Nuke.
This is a much closer point too, but that is going to be both of the healers coming in, trying to stall out a bit of time, and they will do so. Ooh, that's also going to be Joker coming in, stalling out a little bit more time. 83% now. I think that was a very smart call from Co College. They recognize that WCU is going to get a solid 10 to 15 seconds on the board, and they needed to get a couple more seconds so that when they flip, they're going to force it into last fight territory if they're able to flip.
At 83%, WCU will have time to get back to the point, but the pressure's going to be on, and that can totally change how you engage a fight. Here, though, it's the self-destruct from Voltage to kick this one off, and it finds the pick on to Disagree. Disagree had that sound barrier. They're not going to have that this fight, and it looks like Co College taking full advantage of that, but now this one is evened up 4-4. Make it 4-3 in the favor of Co College, and they are diving in aggressively, but it's going to be WCU investing even more. The stun lands there on the Bombermaker, not letting that backline flank pay off. And MWM, the Cole Cassidy for WCU, may have actually won them this last round because the carry in that last fight was so great.
I don't think it was just MWM though. Spongy Boy had a massive impact as well, taking out Knife Voltage very early, as we're now seeing the rest of Co College scramble to get back to point. It's unlikely they'll make it there in time. Knife Voltage jumping in, throwing the bubble down. The contest is winding down. They have less than a second, and that's not going to be it. They still have 2 ultimates in their back pocket. WCU taking that first point.
And I just want to touch on WCU. They really recovered their ult economy. They bursted out 3 ultimates originally to win a fight against Co College in that round, but after that, they weren't investing ultimates simultaneously, at least no more than 2. They always were able to gauge the value that each one got them, and I think that difference kept them more in check, and that's the reason they ended the round with ultimates, whereas Co College had nothing to work with in that last fight.
Yeah, Co College made some switches to make it to point in time, and unfortunately weren't able to do it. They kind of threw everything that they had in that second to last fight, believing that they would make it. However, what really put them down was Sassy Jesus being so low, and Spongy Boy taking advantage of that, taking out their main tank going into that final round. That was kind of a big brain play from Spongy Boy. But yeah, going into this last point, we're gonna see WCU make it there first. They're going to go to the high ground. We're going to see Joker remain on this Doomfist, but die very quickly as Co College is on a tear.
Yeah, Co College is on a tear. They weren't the first to the high ground, but anytime you've got a Doomfist that can just make some space for you, and then Bomberman steps up with those shotguns, it was a ton of burst damage. WCU not quite ready for it. The stuns weren't hit onto the proper targets. Buddy Tofu and MWM, they've got a kit that can deal with a Doomfist and a Reaper, but it's still a skill shot. Even though a Flashbang might not seem it, if Joker's coming in with a speed boost or kind of tracking MWM's Flashbang, then this Co-College team can really take advantage of a misuse of cooldowns on the side of Western Colorado. I think that's what we just saw.
I absolutely agree with you, actually. I think that that's a really good point, and it is a skill shot, because it's hard to see where that flashbang is going to land, right? That radius is a little bit deceiving sometimes. Sassy Jesus going in and pinning the wall. Expert play, looking around the corner here for an Earth Shatter, and that Immortality Field will keep them alive. Now in the back corner, getting a Shatter off on the left, but getting flanked on the right. That is WCU Boo coming in and scaring the rest of Co-College off of point.
And Boo staying aggressive here, uses that Wraith to reload cancel, but it will be Bomberman finding the Elam onto the Reaper counterpart on the side of Western Colorado, though it does not matter. Western Colorado swoop in, and they get the objective here in the third round of Oasis for the first time.
Yeah, it is 58% on the side of Co-College, and man, that Reaper Boo looking a little spooky. That Death Blossom is going to be online here pretty soon, and they do have the Nano to pair. But looking on the side of Co-College, they also have a Death Blossom of their own, and they also have their Doomfist ultimate. They have the Meteor Strike coming in. Meteor Strike inbound, trying to get the top ropes. Oh no, that's going to be a massive Deadeye trying to be pulled, but Bomberman retaliating with a Death Blossom of their own. And it's back and forth, Berkeley.
Yeah, it really is. That was a good play by Voltage, the Diva player on the side of Co-College, to step up and make sure that MWM's High Noon found no value, just diving in with the full defensive matrix to cancel that ultimate, and the pressure for Co-College just kept up. They didn't jump down from the high ground, at least not all of them. Anayant stayed up there for some hit scan presence that's hard to deal with, and here it's going to be one final fight, as it looks like Co-College are going to be uptaking. If WCU don't take this fast, this should be final fight, but it looks like WCU, they've got plenty of ultimates to burn here, but Co-College coming down the staircase, getting aggressive. They fall into a Gravitic Flux here, comboed with the Death Blossom. Boo finding 4 picks, it looks like. Joker, Creed, Sassy Jesus, they all go down, not all in the feed to Boo, but Boo's damage definitely what found those eliminations.
Absolutely. That Gravitic Flux set it up, and Boo noticed that the rest of WCU actually was pushing in, and Mr. Mango got a massive anti-nade in the background. So as that Gravitic Flux landed, Boo repositioned, got in the corner, and said no one is hiding from death, and dropped the spooky Death Blossom. That was a great play from WCU, but if Co-College is able to just flip it over one more time, that could be map.
It would be map as they're starting to make their way up the staircase, threatening here. WCU engaged with the first ultimate, but it will be Co-College responding. The self-destruct, taking down Disagree, and now they're still just holding on to their ultimate, doing a good job of just gauging the value. Each and one of them gains as they come out. Creed tries to pop the sound barrier, but from too high up and not able to save Bomberman and Sassy Jesus. That's an ultimate they're going to want back. MWM popping the Deadeye to take down Anayant in the back line. On the side of Co-College, no longer, and Nuke, it is 93-90. This is surely final fight.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that is what you call muy unfortunado. Creed trying to get that sound barrier off, but not able to save the rest of the roster. Joker getting in with the sneaky tracer play, looking for the overtime cap that will give enough time for that Baptiste to drop a little window in the corner. And for Co-College to make their final stand here, Bomberman, 99% will stay alive for now, but the Death Blossom comes out, and the massive boop coming out from Disagree is going to put Bomberman off the map, and they have no win condition now. Co-College was put under, and WCU will come out on Oasis on top, winning map 1.
Well, I said they were gonna win a map. I didn't think it was the first one. I thought they were going to have to gauge Co-College a little bit and figure some things out, but here it is Co-College that has to do the figuring out, because I'm sure they were not expecting Western Colorado to come in and open up this set with a victory on Oasis. Here we do have the play of the game from the Western Colorado damage dealer, Boo. And Nuke, we're gonna be headed to Hybrid next. It will be Co-College's pick. Given what we just saw, the compositions both teams played, it was pretty similar. Do you have any guesses as to where we might be heading?
Oh, I don't. I would guess Kings Row just because it's so popular, and I imagine we'll see it tonight. And I would imagine we'll see it in the next map. We could see Blizzard World, but I haven't seen a Symmetra from either of these teams quite yet. We actually haven't seen a whole lot of information. You bring up a pretty good point there, Berkeley. It's been pretty strict on what they've played. And from the heavens, from the gods, I hear it now. Time to go to King's Row. I called it, baby.
No, no,
King's
no.
Row is where
Not.
we're going next.
That was
No?
the banned map
Not?
from the heavens.
Not?
The
Blasphemy.
banned map.
Blasphemy.
2
The
games
gods
in a
are
row.
lying to
King's
me.
Row was banned. You never see it.
Yeah, actually, yeah, you never. That's. I'm very surprised. You almost never see King's Row banned.
Yeah, so another curveball here. It's actually going to be Eichenwald coming up next. So we get a little bit more map diversity than we had in match number 1. We started on Oasis. We went to Blizzard World here. We're going to be going to Eichenwald second. I think that plays well to Co College. It's a good Doomfist map for Joker if they choose to play that. But as far as the rest of their hero setup, I'm really not sure what it's going to be. That's just all speculation for now. I want to talk about what WCU did right to beat the heavily favored Co College in our opening map. Nuke, to me, it was not just damage dealers, but it was Mr. Mango, the Ana. That was a little bit of a difference there. Anniance was playing the Baptiste. Of course, cooldowns for both of those supports are incredible when used properly, but I do think Mr. Mango just brought a little bit more to the table with sleep darts, anti-nades, and of course, nano boosts. What are your thoughts?
Oh no, I completely agree. That's what I was trying to get to in that first point was these antis coming out from Mr. Mango are shutting down a lot of the pushes from Co College. They go in, they have a strategy in mind, and then they're all purple, and they're like,
Not much you can do.
yeah, what do we do, right? There's not a whole lot. I mean, I guess you throw down the immortality field, but you take that down immediately, and they're just sitting ducks. That's exactly what we've seen, but we're going to go ahead and head over to Germany, go straight into the streets of Eichenwald, and see who will prevail in Map 2 of your Navigator Cyan Division semifinals, Co College versus WCU Slate. I think we may see Doomfist and May here. I think both are very good picks, both on offense and defense. And I think it plays to the play style of WCU a little bit better. Or sorry, Co College a little bit better. Joker showing that they want to play that Doomfist, right? And Bomberman pretty much playing these hit scans. We could see them on the Cole Cassidy, but I feel like Ana has a lot more, or not, Ana May has a lot more value on this map.
Yeah, I think this one definitely favors the Co College squad a little bit more than it would Western Colorado. I think Joker also plays, I was going to say, yeah, Ash, and I think also Echo. So this is a map that has some open skies for Joker to roam in case either Ash or Doomfist doesn't quite work. They could adapt with a flying damage dealer to their composition. On the side of WCU, they'll be attacking first here. If this is the composition they run out with, I love it. Eichenwald is a hard first objective to get to. Put up a second shield. Have a Hanzo, a little bit more frontal damage with the poke. You're not going to be going on crazy off angles on this objective, so I like this assault that they're going with. Co College is going to have a pretty tough time defending objective number 1, but this composition is a pretty good setup if they lose it for point number 2.
Which is a good point. They could. They could. And interestingly enough, like you said, Joker, we will see a little bit of a switch out. You know, I'm interested to see how Joker does. As they now push in, and they push in fast. We're seeing Boo on the Hanzo flipping around to the left side. Gonna die to Joker. Man, oh man, WCU already caught on their back foot.
And I didn't see WCU actually play this composition how it's designed to be played. Maybe that's because they have 2 long-range, more precision damage dealers, not quite a brawl presence on their DPS slot. What I like to see is Hoodie throw up a shield to just buy Spongy Boy some space to go in as Reinhardt and start swinging on the front line. Right there, they hung around a back corner. They never quite advanced. They never amped the speed boost and got aggressive. I'm looking to see him do that here as MWM playing a little bit of an off angle, making Co College uncomfortable. There's a big anti-nade from Mango. That's what we talked about during our intermission. And the picks start to come through. Sassy, the first one to fall, but Joker with the big bomb. Robert coming to play on Eichenwald, finding 2 eliminations and sending WCU packing.
Joker showing that they have the mechanical aim as well as the sauce. Opening the fridge and getting a little bit of taste of that. WCU not able to handle the spice and backing up. That was a great Bob drop. That Viper just launched up that ult charge super fast. WCU had nothing to handle it, and I think in a good way did not expend any ultimates, because now they have 3 going into this next fight, where Co College only has a couple to bank on.
And this is the smartest thing WCU might have done all night, is actually rotate to this high ground, opens up the flux to engage, and MWM stepping forward with the Deadeye. They are going to ult relentlessly here. They want this point 1 bad. Sassy Jesus goes down to the Deadeye, and now Spongy Boy swinging into the back line. Look at this defense, completely displaced. WCU own this objective right now. As long as they can just counter a few ultimates that Co College is going to have coming forward, they should have this one locked down. They've got 3 eliminations so far in this fight. Make it 4 as Creed falls to Boo, and it looks like, Nuke, this one is all said and done, but coming back with a big slam is Sassy Jesus, but it is too late.
Yeah, Sassy Jesus attempting to buy some time. Not sure if I agreed with the Earth Shatter there. There was a lot of ultimates already expended, and sure, it could have bought a couple of seconds, but realistically, there was unfortunately no follow-up at that point. WCU will take the first one with 3 minutes and 48 seconds left, but this is a tough push, Berkeley. This is one of the longest pushes in Overwatch, trying to get around this castle, or around to the castle. Looks like Co College going to set up on the high ground and try to set up a Death Blossom for Bomberman.
Yeah, and what I see a lot of these teams doing is engaging early on this first choke. Bomberman coming in, lands that Death Blossom onto 1, but it's now a 5 versus 5 as Bomberman goes down in the works there. Had to jump down from that high ground, such a safe position to give up, and now it's a 4 versus 4 as kills continue to trade here. It is anyone's game. It is scrappy here on the low ground. No one taking advantage of the castle but Joker. Finally steps up there, the hit scan on the side of Co College, sees the valuable ground, and starts to snipe from it.
Yeah, Knife Voltage holding this corner, trying to get the rest of the team out as they're looking to hold right here. They don't have the resources to do it though, as Creed will fall, and the rest of the roster once again is anti. The initial grab attack will actually take out Anniance, and it looks like the multi-foe will take out Sassy Jesus. That Stormbow be hurting. WCU proving themselves deadly with this comp. Disagree, almost falling to the baby diva, the DMEC'd Knife Voltage. Knife Voltage getting reset, and WCU is putting the pedal to the metal. Co College not able to find a response quite yet for this roster. And man, let's talk about the elephant in the room. Mr. Mango is doing so much for this roster right now.
Yeah, it seems like every fight there's a big anti-nade, and it's just always finding value, but here it's going to be Voltage as the defense comes out of spawn with some thunder. That self-destruct, finding the backline. Mr. Mango, the first one in the feed to go down, and here it is, Co College just spilling out of spawn, finding all the picks, and they will continue to hold second point. Nuke, what I wanted to say after that first fight on second point is that I think the mistake that Co College made was hopping down from the castle. Don't give that up. Just let the payload go that insane distance that you were talking about and continue to be so tough to kill on the high ground. They didn't do that.
Yeah, they hopped down almost immediately. And it started out with Bomberman trying to get that Death Blossom out. Only found 1, and that Reinhardt shield saved a lot of the WCU roster. Shout out to Spongy Boy over on that pick. We are going to see the Onanade come out, as well as the ult, and Spongy Boy pushing to the back line with the Nano on the back pocket. And it's back and forth, both rosters dishing it out. Co College seems to be on top though, and they will take out 2 more, leaving WCU back in the spawn room. Man, let's talk about these past 2 fights. Knife Voltage throwing out a massive self-destruct at the beginning of the last fight, taking out both Mr. Mango and Disagree to put WCU back a little bit. They came back, tried to re-engage, and narrowly lost that fight, but looking at ult economy, it is still even. That's what I'm loving about this division. This is Navigators, but they are playing their ult economy better than some of the other divisions that I've seen all season, Berkeley.
Yeah, neither team has a clear-cut advantage in how they're using ultimates. I think in this entire set so far, there has only been 1 mistake in that first nano boost of the game from Mr. Mango, but Mr. Mango popping off, having incredible nanos and cooldowns the remainder of this set so far, so I think that really, it's been relatively mistake-free. Here, it's going to be heavy investments from WCU, as once again, they are hungry for this objective. Spongy Boy lining up this Shatter, waiting to pop it, as it looks like a kid in a candy store. No shield in front of a Reinhardt with Shatter in the back pocket, but instead, swinging for the fences, Big fire strike there to scorch Creed in the air. I love the prediction from the projectile. Love to see the main tank have some mechanics. And in overtime, it does look like WCU are going to be able to get this.
I missed where.
Wait a minute. No way. No way, Bomberman.
Again, count them twice. Berkeley Stevens, everyone,
These
with
Reapers.
the caster's curse, putting them down. The Death Blossoms are going to be the end of this man's casting career.
I am not respecting how fast Reaper gets back into fights. That is twice tonight. And honestly, if I say that a team has it locked up, just take a look at the other team's ultimates. If there's a Death Blossom on the board, I'm wrong. I'm okay with it. That's a huge play from Bomber, man. I love the clutch.
I wish chat could see me. Chat, the best way I could describe myself in that moment was when he said it looks like they have it locked up. I looked at the camera like Jim does in the office when he knows that this is not the case. And that massive Death Blossom coming in, clutching it up for Co-College, halting WC's push right before that last turn.
They have 2 stuns on their team, too. That shouldn't be a Blossom that gets off. That is a foolish Death Blossom, but in desperation, if you want to make a clutch play, of course you're going to send it in playoffs. It pays off big for them here, but I think that was one WCU could have answered, even though I didn't see it coming. These players are in tune. They're playing some of their best Overwatch. MWM has been on fire. That was one I'm sure they thought that fight was locked up just like I did, and Bomberman comes out of nowhere with the biggest play of the match so far.
If there's anything to take away from this, it's defy everything and prove nothing. I love you, Berkeley. That was an absolute mad lad of a play from Bomberman. Oh, what's this? What's this? The strats, the TP up top, going off the May wall over the top. Bomberman in the back line. They are not expecting this. Co-College pulling a Hastings and getting to this point pronto.
And I love how Sassy Jesus just shields this whole time, knows there's picks to be found on the left side of this objective, and just keeps up that big old barrier to buy Co-College the space to find them. And now they're ahead 4 eliminations in this fight, and it is all locked in. WCU got caught unawares, and they paid big.
Excuse me? Excuse me? That was absolutely nutty. They took that with... I think in less than 15 seconds of the round starting. They have 5 minutes and 40 seconds to make it so far. WCU hasn't built up any ult charge, and they made switches already. Oh, and that's them coming to the top line. Boo, trying to halt this May push immediately, recognizing Co-College fighting for this up high ground.
And I would love to see WCU play this a little bit smarter than Co-College on their defense and just continue to stay on this high ground. They've got 2 hit scans to enable up there, but they're not going to do it. They jump down here, and now Co-College can just expend these ultimates. They're way ahead in ult economy, and it should be an easy fight to win, but still, they're going to invest. WCU, they're nanoing Spongy Boy right up in the front line, trying to enable their Reinhardt as much as possible, but this level 3 beam from Joker is so oppressive. These tanking resources aren't going to last forever, and now a play has to be made. Spongy Boy pins in deep into this point, and they've got to find some ultimate quick to use here because it's about to spill out. MWM finally able to take down the beaming Joker, and this one's spilling into the back half of point number 2, but it will be WCU playing their ground very well here.
Yeah, MWM throwing up the tact visor and the W for WCU, pushing back Co-College in no time to spare. They were almost at that final turn, and that would have been Co-College's map to win. Very, very narrow tact visor coming out from MWM.
And I like how they're getting right back up on top of this castle. It doesn't really matter if Co-College go underneath. You can open up your hit scan angles here. You can horseshoe around and take this fight from multiple angles. Co-College, though, they sense no one's up on the high ground. WCU is playing this pretty much backpedaled all the way as far back as they can go on point number 2. And now Co-College get a relatively free rotation into point, but it will be WCU opening up this fight with a couple of ultimates. The Flux, the Nano onto Spongy Boy, and now Spongy has this Shatter lined up ready to go, but hasn't quite found an opportunity to pop it yet.
Ooh, and that blizzard, I was waiting for Bomberman to throw that blizzard down, and it's coming down now. We are going to see a dive in the backline. Sassy Jesus trying to get a sassy kill. Going to get stopped by MWM. Bomberman
No shield
getting
and a
pick on
shatter.
Boo. And there it is.
No!
The shatter. Oh, the boop! The boop off the map. Creed putting out Spongy Boy, and that's MWM with a second tag visor, putting WCU on the haunches of the shoulders, saying, I got y'all guys, and that's another massive anti-nade coming out from Mr. Mango before he falls to Bomberman. They're now pushing the
Big sound barrier.
and WC doing everything that they can. They're gonna get a beat, and another counter beat, a shatter, and another counter shatter. It is an all-out brawl from both of these rosters.
It is a slugfest right now, but Joker, the playmaker in this fight for Co College, lands the pulse bomb at the end onto Hoodie just to cap this one off. And with over 2 minutes 30 seconds, it will be Co College winning out a scrappy final fight on Eichenwald and tying this one back up, one map apiece.
Everyone do me a favor. Turn to your nearest library or dictionary you have near you and look up the definition for tit for tat, and you will find that fight we just witnessed. Of course, play of the man coming to Bomberman, clutching out that round for Co College. And man, we're moving into map 3, and I don't know what to believe anymore, Berkeley.
Yeah, I mean, this one is just going to be back and forth like that. If it wasn't for that clutch play of the game from Bomberman, this map would have been a completely different story. It would have been WCU getting that second point, going into third, and probably steamrolling because they were looking good all Eichenwald, but it is going to take plays like that every single map, enormous plays that you're not going to see coming, or at least I'm not going to see coming, to just sway the tides and lock down objectives. Nuke, we're tied up 1-1. We're going to escort for our very next map in the set. It should be very exciting. Let's keep up that energy, but chat, we'll see you after a short break. All right, we got a game on our hands here for the semifinal. Both of these teams tied neck and neck, trying to buy a ticket to the final dance in Navigators Division. I'm Alt Charge, joined by Chase Nuclear Nukem, and right now, Nuke, we're going to be heading over to our first escort map, and I do believe that Junkertown was banned, and we're going to be heading over to Route 66, but do you want to just catch us up on how these two teams got in this position?
Absolutely. We got the bracket right here in front of you guys, so you have a good chance to see kind of the storyline that's gone in the background. Lincoln Christian took on WCU. WCU did take down the 3rd seed to advance on, now taking out Co College. Co College 3-0'd Hastings to get to this point. So whoever wins this will be at the top of the Navigator Scion division. And interestingly enough, we got Nationals around the corner. Over in the yellow division, which you guys can't see, is Huntington. And Huntington, as we've talked about all year, Berkeley, has a pretty big brain roster. They really like pulling out the strats. And I feel as though if Co moves on here, they could be a really good opponent for them. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. We got WCU versus Co still on our hands. And man, oh man, is this a slobber knocker.
Yeah, it definitely is, especially on Eichenwald there. Both of these teams making every single fight not a clean team wipe, except for that one where Bomberman came in and clutched it like crazy for Co College. All of these fights are going, one team gets an elim, another team gets 2. The team that's now down a member finds a pick in some miracle fashion, and it just goes pick for pick. Every single fight seems to go that way. It's incredibly entertaining Overwatch that we've seen so far. And here on Route 66, I'm looking for more of the same. We're seeing the DPS players on both sides pop off, but we have talked about the difference in Mr. Mango's play, but on Eichenwald, didn't seem to actually matter too much for Co College.
Yeah, this could be a little bit tougher for Co as they push in. Joker will be on this Hanzo, which could add a little bit more value, though. Oh, looking at the high ground. There's Boo putting out the spooky Hellfire shotgun plays. Trying to make it around, but Joker looking for the heads. Going head hunting, not finding anything quite yet, and we're kind of at a standstill on this first corner.
Yeah, it looks like WCU set up very well on top of the Big Earl's gas station here, able to push back Co College's first attempt as they regain some resources. A good call there from their in-game leader to make sure that the whole team is in check. Let's go in fresh for this second fight and try to make our best move now that we know how WCU is defending. Bomberman goes on a little bit of an off angle here, now up to challenge the high ground as Boo has just been kind of oppressive from up on that catwalk, raining in some easy damage. Here we do have the first Dragon Strike launched out of the bow of Joker, and the first elimination finally found as Boo goes down.
Ooh, Boo. Joker finding the pick. The headshot at MWM now could halt that push. We are going to see a massive Gravitic Flux come out as well from Hoodie Tofu and halt the Co College push. WCU doing a great job of holding these corners and ulting when necessary.
Yeah, alting when necessary. That's the key right there. They go down a member. How do you come back in a fight where you're down a member? Well, let's launch a Gravitic Flux. Let's use our Nano Boost, and let's try to hold this corner with everything that we've got, because chances are Co College don't want to invest that heavily into this part of the map.
No, they don't. No, they need... Yeah, they need to just build these ults up and find the picks. Right? They got Joker on the Ashe, so... Joker just needs to get a good flank and find a couple of picks in MWM. Mr. Mango would be huge here. That's Bomberman trying to get on the right side. Oh, we hear the tac visor popped out from MWM, paired with the field. I don't know if that was a big brain play from WCU or if they were just trying to hold off anything Co College was pushing.
Yeah, it looked like the ebb and flow was starting to come back there for Co College, so they probably just got a little ahead of themselves. They're not able to find any elims with that. Now Bomberman poking and prodding along the back line. I would like to see Bomberman save that Wraith ability, that escape, for a little bit longer. We've got self-destruct coming in, comboed with the shatter, but the self-destruct goes a little too high and wide, doesn't find the elims. And it looks like Co College, they're able to stay alive here, find some picks back in this fight. They've got 2. This is their best chance yet. Nuke popping the Blossom. Here is Bomberman trying to get them even more, but it's going to be Boo instead.
Yeah, Bomberman was just in an unfortunate position with that Death Blossom. There was only the tanks around. There wasn't any of those juicy DPS or supports to get a pick from. So, I don't know. I'm kind of left at a conundrum, Berkeley. This is really tough for Co College to get this push. WCU just seems to have this corner on lock.
Yeah, they really do. I mean, this is their map pick. They clearly have a defense designed for it, which is what you like to see in a tight series. Teams performing very strong on the opening objective of their map pick, but Co College, they switched up their composition a little bit here. They've got to start claiming some more valuable ground. I like how they're not just all sticking along the corner here. They're trying to fight along the high ground, but Boo silences them with a quad. The Death Blossom let loose from the Reaper on the side of Western Colorado, finding insane value. And with just 6 seconds left, does Co College even contend?
Wow, I don't think so. I don't think they're able to. I think they just get stopped and full held here. A prediction, I did not have Berkeley whatsoever. What a phenomenal performance from WCU. Like you said, Co College seemed to have the ebb and flow for a second there, but WCU just kept control of this corner that entire first point. And now WCU has a very, very, very small window to push.
Yeah, I mean, you could not set yourself up much better than this, especially after dropping Eichenwald to a 2-1 scoreline when Co College had plenty of time left on the clock to keep that push going. They looked like such a strong team just one map ago, and here it looks like WCU could end this game in the first 30 seconds. But I think the difference maker in that last one was how Boo adjusted their play and playing that catwalk, having that pounce aspect to the Reaper gameplay where they are able to fall in on a target or escape just because of their positioning being pretty much so much at large. They were such a high value target and they just could not get found.
Yeah. Yeah, they weren't able to come out on top, and Co recognizing they have to play to all of their advantages. So I think everyone, safe to say, on their primary main picks here, and they're going to be holding up on the train wreckage very close to the spawn room doors. I'm going to try to keep WCU in the spawn room. I think they realize they really have nothing to lose here, right? If they get picked, WCU is going to roll it either way. So they might as well try to get this first element of surprise, if you will.
And it does not pay off. The damage dealer's already down on the side of Co College, and it is up to the front line to stay stable here, but that is not going to be the case. Mango lands a nice sleep there onto Anniance, and I mean, this could be the first point taken already. It is not far to go, just 30 meters away.
I love how cautious you are. Like, this could be the first
I gotta
point.
be now, dude. I gotta be.
I don't know.
Taking no
It could
chances.
be. We're absolutely right. Sassy Jesus won't make it in time. Trying to find a pick onto Mr. Mango, but the Immortality Field will save both them and Beast. MWM with the Helix Rocket taking out the enemy Lucio. That will be Creed falling, and it just seems as though Co College right now is lambs to the slaughter, trying to get to point, but not enough time to group up or make really any coordinated effort at the end. That will be WCU taking map 2. And man, oh man, it is back and forth. WCU now ahead 2 maps was not what I was predicting for the series, Berkeley.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was Route 66 or Easy Street for WCU because they just decimated Co College, took all the momentum away from them, and it was this man right here doing the heavy lifting. Boo on Reaper, all around on defense, just stepping up their play, being such a pest to Co College. They've got some major adjustments to make as we go into map number 4.
Man, they do. Oh, man. Deep breaths, everyone. Everyone watching, deep breaths. Because for both of these rosters, this is everything. This is the semifinals. This goes straight into finals, Berkeley. And WCU is just showing that they want it. What surprises me is that Co had a really good strategy. However, kind of vice versa from what we were watching in the last series, it seems as though they're having a hard time picking the same targets to go in on. We watched that Doomfist and Reaper kind of split on where they were going, and they weren't on the same target. Therefore, they got picked, and unfortunately, that was WCU just saying, all right, at the spawn room, all right, I guess we're just pushing it, and that's exactly what happened. They pushed it the rest of the way. Going into map 4, what's your prediction?
Well, this is how I think both of these teams shake out right now. It seems like Co College, if they're able to get some momentum after the first fight, they keep it going. They don't let up once they've got that first fight victory. Honestly, I'd like to see them just make sure that they keep themselves in check. If their opening strat doesn't work, have another one in store. Don't just go at the map one-dimensionally. Have a couple of different looks, even if it's not your map pick. This one will be, but if this game goes later, then it's not going to be. So what I need to see them do is just be consistent throughout the game. Don't just give up once you don't get that first fight. Have a second look. And on the side of WCU, like I just said, it seems like Coe College, if they build momentum, they keep it going, stop it early. Make them actually have to make that adjustment, be the consistent team that has been hard for them to be tonight, and just honestly give up nothing on this opening defense.
I think, yeah, WCU keeps playing as they have, literally being on top of every single fight and making Coe College want it. Like, Coe College did a great job on Eichenwald getting that high ground push with the May, and that was a really coordinated push, but flip-flop to this map, and they just seemed like a fish out of water. They were not sure how to approach both offense or defense, and it just kind of blew up in their face, unfortunately.
Yeah, and it looked like on Eichenwald, they had so many strats dialed in. I mean, they used a Maywall and a Sim TP to get over some buildings on the first objective. They clearly scrim a lot of strats on a couple different maps. We're going to be headed over to Hollywood next. So, Nuke, what I'm looking to see is if it's not their map pick, they better have some strats for it, because right now it looks like they've only scrimmed the maps they're hoping to play. They've got to be ready to play any wrench that WCU throws at them, because Route 66, I don't think is something we've seen at all throughout the entire course of playoffs. I don't think it's been in any game that's been on stream. So definitely not something Coe College was expecting. Coe College, you got to be ready for the unexpected. It's tough, but if you're going to win this playoff game, if you want to keep your season going, you've got to be ready for anything.
I can make the job easy. Your target is Mango. I think that's apparent. Am I safe to say that, Berkeley?
Yeah, Mango and Boo are working hard this game, Nuke. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, but going into Hollywood, anyone could be a star on this map, and we could either see, WCU take it, or we're gonna see some massive opposition from Coe College, and they're gonna take us into Game 5. Either is possible going into Hollywood. Based on the picks we've seen so far, do you think we see the Doomfist come out from Joker on this map?
It's tough to say. I mean, flashed it on the defense of the last map there on Route 66, and obviously that one ended very quickly, so it's probably hard to have confidence on that hero, but map number 1 had a great showing on Doomfist. I think you probably end up playing it here at some point, as Hollywood has a couple of different points throughout the map, especially on second and third point, where Doom can really pick and choose the engagements wisely and get a lot of value, but I would like to see Joker back on Ash a lot more. I think Ash on Eichenwald worked great for him. Attacking here, that is the hero that they have selected. We'll see if they come out of the spawn with it. WCU elected to defend first, which I just want to point out. I said that they have to stop them early and give their defense everything they've got. And let's just pay attention. If they win the first fight, how does Coe College respond? Because it's been difficult for them to this point.
Yeah, I think Coe College, on their first fight, they get as much information as they can, and they position the rest of the map around, or the rest of, I guess, the first engagement, getting this payload and taking this first point is going to be quintessential, right? So I think that they have a good comp. I do like seeing Knife Voltage on this Roadhog, maybe for these off picks, finding Jay Rizzle or Mango. Once again, we have switched sides again, so Coe College is in the red, WCU is in the blue, and we are underway, ready to go. Knife Voltage trying to get some damage up on top, and that's going to be WCU taking that high ground. Knife looking for a pick, but not finding anything quite yet. Annias noticing as well, switched over to the Mercy, trying to get some pockets off the rest of this Coe College roster.
And Mercy Lucio is a healing composition that has a very difficult time actually getting a ton of burst healing out, but with Voltage on the Roadhog, that actually gives you a little less work to do as a support in terms of healing your team. I'd like to see Annias just pocket Joker a little bit more. Voltage opens up this one with a hook melee combo on to Jay Rizzle to take down the Lucio substituted in for Western Colorado, and that is the green light for Coe College to move up to the next corner. But here, they're hitting a little bit of a speed bump. Trouble keeping the momentum going after that opening pick.
Yeah, Knife Voltage going for a hook and getting slept in the process. Mr. Mango not allowing any of that in their house. Hoodie gonna find the pick on Knife Voltage as well, but that's gonna be Spongy Boy demeched, and the res will come out. A pick to follow suit. Co College has found their opening, but they're backing off because they notice that the TAC fighter's getting popped by MWM. MWM trying to play this corner, recognizing they're going around the side, but Hoodie Tofu gonna put up that wall, not allow that to happen. Joker throwing the Mr. Robert Bob in the back line, and that is gonna be a massive anti-nade followed up by a massive beat drop to save the rest of the Co College roster.
Yeah, this one's still anyone's game. Sassy chooses to invest the flux here. A rock thrown out by Hoodie, but it just misses wide. It is going to be Boo coming in with the Death Blossom that finds a couple eliminations, dealing tons of damage to the side of Co College. And this attack could be foiled yet again as WCU start to come out of spawn. They've got 3 members back, and no one on Co College is left standing.
Yeah, so Co College took a bit of time to get to the point there, Berkeley. As we mentioned at the beginning of the fight, they got 2 picks and they got a res off on one of their own teammates, and they weren't able to get any value off of it. They rotated around that back line. Instead of, hear me out, they could have backed up, waited for the TAC visor to get popped, and just went through main, right? All they had to do was just push that advantage and continue to get the picks. They weren't able to find it, and now they found themselves back at square one. Knife Voltage trying to get a pull out, but not finding it. Mr. Mango taking out Joker, who's now switched over to the Genji.
Yeah, this is starting to get desperate from Co College, and this is what I was talking about. They lose the first fight, and they start scratching their heads. This composition does not look like the kind of Overwatch that Co College would like to be playing. I mean, you have a Roadhog, and then you've got a Reaper and a Tracer. This doesn't synergize very well, and this is a team that is a higher seed. They are very good at synergizing when they're on the right comp, and Nuke, I don't think this is it. I think this is another case of them not finding momentum early enough in the round to get anything going.
I do agree with you. It's seeming to be a struggle as of right now. Knife Voltage trying to get this whole hog off on point. That's going to be a Nias to follow suit. Looking for that Mercy is MWM once again with the TAC visor. Bomberman dropping from the heavens, trying to get a Death Blossom, but not finding any value. WCU is just too reactive. They're ready for everything Co College is throwing at them, and they have a response, it seems, every time.
And this will be the final fight for their attack. They've gotten no percentage so far. They're going to have only 2 ultimates to work with, and if we take a look over at Western Colorado University, they're going to have both tank ultimates. Boo will have a Death Blossom. Mango can nano Boo if they want to. I mean, this is going to be disastrous for Co College, and WCU is on match point. This is the defense they could have only dreamed of, and it is coming to fruition here as 2 kills are found. WCU wants to punch their ticket to the finals, and it looks like they might only have an attack of 1 tick to take to do so. But right now we've got Bomberman coming back with some kills after getting resurrected. Alliance falls, and there's 1 member left standing, and down they go. Co College, it is going to take a show-stopping defense to continue your season.
Yeah, they are going to have to tie this map, which potentially pulls up a map 6 in this whole series if they want to continue on. They have 0% capture process. MWM put WCU on their back and did the exact same thing I said last set. It's like having your older brother put his arm out and just on your head while you're swinging at him. You're just out of arm's reach, right? That's what we're seeing right now. And unfortunately, Co College had nothing in the tank to respond. If I'm honest. Oh, and right now we are getting a pause request from Disagree. If I'm honest, that's what I was going to call Berkeley. That's what I was going to say. I think you go for a tactical pause here. I think you sit the team down. You have them step away from their computer and you say, guys, this is it. Get it together. Like we don't need to just be throwing ourselves into these fights after picking multiple characters. Pick a character, get the ult charge up, push as much as you can. If we get a pick, go off of that. If we don't, just keep building up that ult charge and let's synergize like we have been doing all season. But they seem very lost right now, Berkeley.
Yeah, and anytime you get full held, that can kind of mess with your mental a little bit in terms of what are we able to do? Is what we're picking working? Is it the right move? Right there, I think they just gave up on their composition way too early in that game. They started switching on wonky picks. I don't think they should have switched on anything except a different tank because it looked like that walk to point was too much for just one tank to handle. Sassy Jesus on the Sigma didn't have enough resources to get the team in, even when they had 2 eliminations in one of those engagements like we saw. So it seemed like the Roadhog, although it has pick potential, it doesn't have the value where you can actually get your team into the ground they need to stand on. And Nuke, now we're at a point where WCU is just 33.3% of an objective away from not just taking down the number 3 seed in round number 1, but taking down the number 2 seed, and they are just knocking on Valpo's door. They're like, bring on the number 1 seed. We want to meet you at the final table. We got our forks and knives out, and we are ready to feast, and they are doing that right now against Coe College.
Berkeley, it's like we say all the time, and not just in collegiate, but you come from a community league as well, right? You've obviously played console Overwatch in those leagues, and regular season is just for show. Regular season is just to get ready. Playoffs is where it matters, and that is what WCU is showing today. They have put their roster under a fine iron, and they've just struck it as much as they can, and now they have that tip of that spear ready to go, and they're launching into battle with it. As we're going to head back into the map, sounds like both teams are ready to go, and the action is just a few moments away. Will Coe College be able to retaliate and take this map, or is WCU going to punch their ticket to the finals?
And I mean, all of the casters tonight, except for User Intel, the big brain also coming from Console Overwatch, he predicted that WCU was actually going to win this one. And he's probably smiling right now if he's got his eyes on this game, because they are playing out of their minds. And Coe College, it doesn't look like they've got, if they've got it in them to actually defend this. They can only give up a tick. I would say if they got at least the first point and through a little bit of Streets phase, this is more obtainable. But right now, WCU has all the momentum, and they just have to win one single fight.
Yeah, that literally, you said it best. They have to win one fight. Let's see what WCU does going into this game, going into this round. We got MWM on the comfort pick. He's back on Soldier 76. And actually, based on what we've seen tonight, Berkeley, it seems like everyone on the WC roster is on a comfort pick.
Yeah, that's something they've done, is they've played their game. Right now, they're rotating around under very much no pressure at all, using natural cover to navigate the map. There's another big ante from Mr. Mango himself, just a showstopper in this game, and that is the green light. Purple means green in Western Colorado, and they send in for 3 kills. Blue goes down, but so much value found in the front line that this could be it. Western Colorado, your underdog, and Western Colorado is headed to the final.
What a game. Western Colorado University slate scraping tooth and nail for this series, and the win the endurance test. They come out on top. Play of the game going over to MWM for good reason. I mean, these tactical visors on Hollywood were huge. I think there was 4 or 5 just on defense. Switching over to offense, I don't think they even had time to pull up attack visor.
Yeah, and MWM, there's a case for them to be player of the game, but there is one player in this game that we have said was on a different hero.
Hold on.
Every single map. Nuke.
Let me predict what you're gonna say.
You already know.
Mr.
It's
Mango.
not a vegetable.
It's a fruit. It's a fruit.
It's a fruit.
It's
Mr.
a
Mango
mango.
it is.
It's a mango. I'm with you, Berkeley. And I took the words out of your mouth, but I know that's what you're going to say. I know you're going to say Mr. Mango. The sleeps on fleek. The antes on fleek. The nanos on fleek. Mr. Mango came out to play. And after tonight, punching the ticket to finals, Mrs. Mango must be very proud.
Yeah, Mrs. Mango probably going to have 2 rings on those fingers as long as Mr. Mango slides off that championship ring they're hunting right now, because they are going to be in the big dance. And right now they're playing like a team that is just taking down top seeds left and right. They are calling for the number 1 seed. They want the biggest challenge. They want to stun everyone and just have all the biggest challenges just beaten. That is just such a way to go into summer break being like, yeah, no one thought we were the best, but here we are, the last one standing, taking down all the biggest names, and we're the victors. Nuke, so we agree. Mr. Mango, player of the game here?
Hands down. Locking it in, Berkeley. It's got to be Mr. Mango.
All right. I like it. So we're going to have an interview coming up, chat. Don't quite know who it's with yet, but before we jump into that interview and before we jump into our little break, Nuke, let's just talk about what this WCU team did tonight, because they lost a map in Eichenwald pretty handily. Coe College brought it to them there, but what did WCU do to respond? Full hold twice against such a high seed. Nuke, how did they do it?
Mental. I'm telling you, Berkeley, I transparently looking at these matches, it really seems to me as though it came down to endurance and mentality. After the first full hold, it's so hard to come back from that. And it seemed like Co-College was just playing so timid. They were playing a lot more scared going into the match and maybe giving WCU a little too much respect. And exactly what I mean by that is when they got that pick, when they were pushing on Hollywood and they got the res, they still decided to go around the backside of point. And unfortunately, they didn't. I don't think they realized they had the advantage. They were in 6v5. But we are going to be throwing it to a quick break first and foremost, and we will be back with the interview.
All right, what's going on, chat? We're joined by the player of the game himself, Mr. Mango. Congratulations, my friend. You played lights out
Thank
on
you.
Ana. You brought nuts value with the anti-nades, and on that last fight, I said that purple was green in Western Colorado. Would you say that that's true?
I would. Honestly, going into this game, I was like, okay, clearly we've been having some troubles through the early parts of the season. I'm thinking if you just put me in on Ana, I've been practicing Ana. I know what's up. I've been throwing these nades, and honestly, it felt like every fight I would just throw a purple into 2 or 3 of them and just scream purple, 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 go. And that's how you win fights in Overwatch.
Yeah, that's the green light right there. I love it.
Are you saying to be honest?
To be honest.
Honest?
honest. It's honest. I see. You're the punny guy. I understand.
Dude, he is. I can't tell you enough how he is definitely the punny guy here.
I try. But Mr. Mingo, I gotta know, man. Coming into this playoffs bracket entirely, you guys have been through a tear. You took down the number 2 seed. You took down the number 3 seed. Now you're looking at the number 1 seed. Tell me, how are you guys prepping this week for that?
So going into this, I think we're expecting them to be running another Ryan main tank. So we've been having a lot of trouble in the Ryan v Ryan matchup throughout the season. So I think our new plan is to try and run a Diva Sig. That seems like it's been working really well for us, and it sort of gives us more of that backline pressure that I feel like we're missing when they have a Ryan and they just sort of walk at us, and we end up shooting the Ryan too much. I've felt throughout the season. So I think going into this finals game, we're really trying to focus on that. And other than that, I'm just gonna keep trying to hit the fat antes, and that's our game plan.
I love it, man. I mean, definitely don't swap off the Ana because no one else is really bringing that kind of value to the table. But I had a question for you. So the rest of your composition shakes up, of course, with the Sigma Diva. You're on the Ana. In the Navigators division, that's not something you really see so much. How did your team actually come into that identity? I know you said you have trouble in the Ryan v Ryan, but what made the rest of these heroes the go-to picks for the rest of your team?
So Hoodie Tofu is just so comfortable on that Sigma. I mean, I don't know if you've seen the rest of the season. He is just always getting fluxes, always throwing balls. Shout out to him as secondary MVP. And then other than that, we've just got a whole bunch of comfortable DPS. Like he loves playing the hit scan. So we're thinking, what can we run with hit scan? And then Colby, he's just sort of, he's just sort of a flex player, and he'll just fit into any role. So we really just thought, let's play to our strengths on tank. We want to run something around this Sigma. The Sigma Ryan isn't working. Sponge said, all right, I'll pull out the Diva. And it seemed like it's been working. And other than that, our team just loves Lucio. So we love the Lucio Ana. We love all of it.
It's good to hear, Nuke.
Yeah.
No, giving it to you. Saying your name.
I was like, yeah. No, that's awesome, Mr. Mango. And so my final question for you is, the end of the season is coming to a tilt, right? It's very much in your guys' favor. You've proven that you're running the gauntlet and really writing a storyline for yourself in this division. Tell me, as a team, how are you managing everything going on? Because what most people at home don't realize is you're in school on top of all of this, right? So how are you managing school on top of, making these massive plays week to week and now finding yourself in the finals of this division?
Funnily enough, we spend most of our time on schoolwork here. We're very respectable college students, despite the fact that we play Overwatch. But we only practice once a week. So honestly, we just practice for 4 hours once a week, and we just sort of get in there, play some quick plays, see what comps we like. And I think that just exploring with more people in and off the team and just seeing what people like playing has been our really key to victory, because it just felt like we were trying to force comps so hard earlier, and we just aren't comfortable on a lot of those picks. So when we play to our comfort picks, I feel like we do a lot better, and we found what those comfort picks are, and we've built a team around them. And I'm thinking moving into this final season, we're going to practice. I'm saying it now, 2 times a week this coming week, and they're not ready for us. They're not ready.
That's all the questions I had. Alt Charge, what's on your mind now? You got any final thoughts for Mr. Mango?
Yeah, I do. So you came back after losing Eichenwald, and you lost, I don't want to say kind of handedly, but that is kind of how it played out. You only got 1 point. You got it toward the end of the second. They made a clutch play to stop your push, and then they got the objective with time on the clock. So how do you come out and just full hold 2 maps in a row? Did you find a weakness? How did that all come together?
I think you're not gonna believe me, but that 5-minute break that we got in between those 2 maps was really what did it for us. We took a second. We were like, okay. I mean, personally, I was pretty mad. I may have been the one telling the team what's what, what we got to change, what happened there, why we lost. And then after that, everyone was like, okay, let's just take a quick walk around. Everyone de-stress a little bit, get some fresh air, come back into it. And we made one position swap. We swapped out Disagree for Beast, and Beast on the Baptiste was just so clutch a lot of the times. Like a couple MOs that just saved 2 or 3 people, and then the extra healing output was just really what we needed on that Route 66 map. And yeah, like you said, that full hold, we didn't even really feel worried. We played off angles, we called where they were, and we played around them pushing in, and I felt like we did it well. It was not pretty. You were right about that, but we talked about it. We came back in and we were like, all right, we got it.
Yeah, it's nice to have that break. Not a lot of teams actually know how to utilize that break. A leader kind of has to step forward and be like, guys, we're fine. We won map number 1. There's 2 ahead of us. We can play the kind of Overwatch where we full hold them back-to-back maps. And you guys honestly had the best case scenario coming out of the break like that. So major props to you, especially saying that you were kind of the guy that brought the team together and leveled some heads out. So like you said, you were mad. You don't let that get the best of you, especially in the playoffs. Way to stay collected, man.
Thank you. And thank you for putting on the whole stream, the whole NECC. Thanks to everybody out there.
Yeah, so giving it to you, who do you want to shout out?
Personally, I like to shout out MWM and Spongy Boy. I think his tag is Spongy Boy. The diva was just so... as Anna, I'd been getting pressured, and we knew that they were going to run a Doom. So Spongy Boy, shout outs to you, and shout outs to MWN for just being on the flank soldier, doing all that thing. And also Mom and Dad, of course, got to shout them out.
Very good, man. Very good. You gave the team props. You gave the parents some love. Hope they're watching the stream. I'm sure they are, and they got to be proud. The kids going to the finals as a major underdog, beating 2 high seeds. Congratulations again, Mr. Mango. You're free to go. Enjoy the rest of your night with the team, because I'm sure there's nothing you want to do more than just celebrate this semifinal victory. So once again, man, congrats. Give it to the entire team too.
Yeah, the whole team. Shout out.
All right, well, Nuke, we got 1 game left on the docket, and it is not going to be us casting that one. It is going to be Purdue White versus South Alabama. Just to give our predictions, I predicted South Alabama in this one. Who did you have for this Challengers Division matchup?
Oh, Purdue White. Purdue White. I got Purdue White in this Challengers matchup. Got to rep the Hoosier boys over at Purdue. I think they're going to take it. But you're 100% right. User Intel and Bullskunk will be live for that. As for me, it's 8:15 in the Ambrose Augustana match. Or sorry, 8:25. The Ambrose Augustana match started about 25 minutes ago. So I'm going to be hauling hightail over to the university and checking out what's going on in that action. I could tune over just like everyone at home to, the mainstream NECC_esports.
Go to the arena
live. I got to watch it live.
Way better atmosphere. Best of luck to your team in that one. But chat, you better stick around, because if you thought these matchups between 2 seeds that were separated were good, we've got a 2-3 and a 3 seed on deck. Like you said, casted by Bullskunk and User Intel. User Intel got this one right. Predicted Western Colorado. I'm sure he's going to bring a lot of positive energy to the cast, but that is all for us tonight. I've been Alt Charge. He's been Chase Nuclear Nukem, and we'll see you on the next one.
You
What is up, my friends, and welcome to our final night, or our final match of the night, or night of the match, however you want to look at it. But either way you slice it, it's the semifinals here in NECC. We are headed to the Challengers White Division. My name is Jeff. I'm here with User Intel here to bring you through our final match.
I am absolutely ecstatic to see, because we're looking at something, well, always when it's kind of more late at night, these players are ready to get it over with. So we could be looking at something very quick or something very difficult coming on from both sides more than anything. I mean, we've been seeing Overwatch all night, and as you can see right now, it's Purdue Wright versus South Alabama. Whoever manages to win this will be making it to the championships. And, well, Morningside and or Maury State Gold, those are some very scary opponents for anyone to face.
Yeah, Murray State coming in number 1, and then Morning State kind of the underdog in this whole thing. But yeah, let's focus in on that lower half of our semifinal bracket. This is the match we're zooming in on. Purdue White, South Alabama are extremely close, both as far as records and then in turn in seeding. Purdue White have an 8-1 record, putting them one game above South Alabama's 7-2.
Now with kind of getting a moment just to be able to look at what they're working with, and I very much enjoy this roster, especially being able to always look at these majors. I mean, I took law I took law back in high school, but that's by far the most thing that I can relate to. But look at this mech freshmen, engineering freshmen, a lot of these players, they're ready, and I'm very excited to see what their kind of potential is going to lead into this match.
And it's funny to talk about the freshmen because there are 4 of them on that squad. A young squad there in Purdue White. But let's take a look at South Alabama here. Really almost the exact same story with the exception of Snoop Ferret, who will be playing DPS today for this squad. Is going to be the senior member, not only on this team, but in the server in general. We'll see if he can lead this squad of mostly freshmen to a victory today. South Alabama coming in on a 6-game winning streak. So they have been absolutely hot. Have not lost since week 4. On the other hand, it's Purdue White. They took their only loss about halfway through. It wasn't too long ago. It was week 7 where the only loss came through from Purdue White, and that was against the number 1 seed in Murray State Gold. But still, if you zoom in a little further and look at the head-to-head, Purdue White beat Southern Alabama 3-0 during the regular season, but that was all the way back in week number 1, User.
Yeah, that was a very drastic time, and we're already looking at some evidence of how these players have changed. With the first map of all being on Lijiang Tower, it's very much going to matter to see. I mean, South Alabama coming in with so much momentum, I wonder is really, are they looking to kind of make it right from that week 1, or are they really just going to be repeating history, unfortunately?
I mean, coming off of a 6-game win streak, I can't help but feel like they've really found their stride. It really learned some lessons since that week 1 loss. So I'm anticipating a very tight matchup between these two squads. As we take some look at some cinematic views of Lijiang Tower to start things off. Now, this is a loser pick map pool, so we're off of fixed maps like we saw during the regular season, where in this, the winner of a map gets to ban one of the maps out of the type, and the loser gets to choose from what remains in the pool. We'll have control, hybrid, escort, hybrid, and then control if necessary going through our match here.
I wouldn't be too surprised if it's necessary. I think not only with the momentum, but the fact that these teams have faced together. One team wants to make sure that they keep that win record up. The other team wants to make sure they don't repeat history. So it can be interesting to see if we will. However, my hopes are there. But I'm quite interested. These compositions, they are drastically different.
Very much so. It's getting some bulldozer comp, as it's called here in the West, where you've got the Reinhardt alongside the Winston, created to break double shield. Teleporting on to point. Purdue are going to grab some control early and just sit back and wait for anybody dare to get close. Snoop Ferret trying to poke from the outside right now, though.
Yeah, Smoke's taking an insane amount of damage while Snoop is in the back line, just looking to pick anybody off or at least get that burst damage in. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's working out too well. We do see Park going in, looking for a slam, finds the Baby Diva, and those are very early engagements that they're looking for, but then they play patient, they retreat Snoop. While, yes, they are building up to that barrage, more than anything, it's just kind of smoke and mirrors.
And point control's already flipped over to Purdue White. Snoop is able to pick up one. That barrage is ready to go online if they want to use it. Purdue White still just sitting on the point. Oh, and Snoop goes down.
Yeah, they use the barrage on the point. They're looking to take out their opponents, but this really just force out a reset. You lose out Snoop, you lose out a big ultimate. You gotta wonder, what do we do? How do we put ourselves in those better positions, especially with Purdue? They're moving up. They're looking to find any stagger and cause this time bank to be more in their favor.
CK Rookie making a swap off the Symmetra, going over to the Cassidy here to kind of help deal with these fast mobile characters of Wrecking Ball and Tracer specifically. Also put a little bit more hurt down in Snoop Ferret in the sky. We'll see if that swap continues to do them well. Look at that already opening pick from CK Rookie.
Smoke does walk in with the mine, but the Sound Barrier is easily going to be counteracting it. Even if they get the res onto Snoop, I mean, the Monkey's just able to walk down. Park's able to take out the Mercy, and now they're just trying to be a little bait. Project's just saying, hey, come touch the point, but Their entire team is gone. No one's going to be able to follow up. And even now, look at this. They're going into the spawn. They're touching the doors for good luck, and they are still finding the pigs. Purdue, right? They are moving in very aggressively.
Props to Mini Martian for building that sound barrier and using it perfectly timed. Really kept Purdue White alive and standing. It was the only ult Purdue had to use to win that fight. So a bevy available to them, but a war chest full for South Alabama as well. This is going to be an explosive one. It's South Alabama's last chance to get a foothold here on Night Market.
It is going to be building up. Look at that. That is a beautiful boop. Unfortunately, while it may save the life, it doesn't, save them from their own death from the barrage, but they do manage to put this more into their team's favor. You still need to worry out about Park, who's the Doomfist running around with the Monkey. They're making each other a lot of space, and it enables to the one punch. Unfortunately, though, it does seem the Monkey is going to be jumping off the map, and without that peel, without that second player with Park, they are going to be falling, switching over to side. Now South Alabama, they have ultimate, so they have a lot of options to kind of put this back in their favor.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice. I mean, self-destruct, not typically a high-value ult unless you pursue it, and then I'm not sure who you nano in this composition. What's the best nano target here? Perhaps the Echo? I mean, the duplicate's not anywhere close, but even more possible is probably Sinister's going to throw that nano onto Project, and just see what they can get done in the backline. That's if Sinister can even get this nano off.
Well, that's just rude. Went out of their way to take out the healing, and then the Regular Ball who came back in trying to help, maybe find something out, is getting picked off. Look at this South Alabama. Even though they just now got the point back, only in 40%, that's when they're gonna lose it. They can touch it. We see as Snoop's trying to do it. Unfortunately, it seemed that the speed boost was more than enough. We see the Nano go on to Smoke, wanting to walk into the point, but already at half health, gets punched out. They are able to at least reset that overtime clock, but Park is doing an amazing job of shutting them down from being able to touch. I mean, it's absolutely rude. I mean, the Lucio does get that last second movement in, but as Smoke builds up to the mines, just barely almost making it in. How are you just stopping one person from entering into the boat? Smoke gets so frustrated they use the mines outside. Purdue White, that's a pretty good statement, at least coming from Park.
Park just doing a phenomenal job of keeping Smoke zoned out. It forced Maruchan to move in to get the touch, which is not where the Lucio wanted to be, and she's going to fall almost immediately. And look at this. We get, I'm sorry, man, in chat coming from Park. No one, they just did Smoke dirty.
Honestly, you gotta send a gift basket after that. It's just, that was
some nice flowers,
You're gonna need something. They're not your friend anymore if they were before. But I mean, that's a good point. I mean, Purdue White, I think they're setting themselves up. South Alabama, even though they're coming off that win streak. Now, though, we are going off of what I think we're pretty used to call shadow.
It's 6-man. This is straight up 6-man, yeah. And Project, is going to switch over to a Tracer as soon as the team gets out of spawn. A little bit faster movement, but it honestly didn't seem to help him so much. These teams are going to clash in the T room immediately.
Yeah. They are going to be looking out for the hack. Whoever gets hacked first is going to be the target. And as you see, Banana Man, the moment they get picked, everybody just jumps on top of them. They eventually are going to be falling down. South Alabama, they found their focus fire, and now they have every reason to commit into this. However, they lose out Smoke, and that's going to be a problem. They need to find a big pick with that point unlocked. We do see the Sombra try to put some pressure onto it, but getting out hacked, Snoop is not going to be feeling too good. Purdue White, even though they lost the Monkey early, they're not taking control over the point. They even get the capture.
Yeah, and that's with running the Reaper instead of the Tracer. Reaper has just got so much frontline damage. The whole push and pull of this comp is, your Winston leading the Reaper close enough to where they can be effective with those Hellfire shotguns without the Winston going down. And though Banana Man did not succeed in the last part of that, it was good enough to get CK Rookie in striking distance, and now they've got a Death Blossom online. It's going to be very difficult for South Alabama to take this back. Sinister needs to get this sound barrier up lickety-split.
You're absolutely right. They even switched over to the Reaper, but it's far too late. Project gets hacked midway through. You don't have the Rape to be able to engage in the Coalescence. Is forced out as you're just trying to put this back into your favor. The Bomb at least manages to find, especially the Remake, and then the hack onto the Coalescence. That's just not even fair. South Alabama bring that back very quickly.
CK Rookie tried to Death Blossom the Pilot Diva and gets smashed on the face for their troubles. Absolutely Goomba stomped. Oh, unlucky. Who needs a sound barrier when you have a perfectly timed remake from Neptunica? That was brilliant. And now we're in the battle of the EMPs, but South Alabama have a huge edge. They're able to hold on to that sound barrier, and with the EMP exchange, that sound barrier is going to be crucial.
It's always a flip of a coin. Do you use it before or do you use it after? Either way, you're going to have to respect what Park does. We see their EMP come out, but the counter coming out of Park.
Sinister's hacked.
It is. You're absolutely right. But look at this. Smoke with the Primal Rage is able to go in, managed to find out the Reaper. That's one big character out of this fight. So now OG wants to move in, hoping just to make space, throws this bomb out. They don't have the bubble just yet, and it finds a 2K to be able to bring this back into their favor. One quick cleanup. That's all they need, as South Alabama will have to come back into the point because they are losing people very quickly.
Yeah, and despite Park's best efforts, the cleanup was just not there. The sound barrier, it was Snoop Ferret's EMP that was just huge, and despite catching everybody, the cleanup just wasn't there. And then the self-destruct is dropped inside of Smoke's bubble. The bubble was up, and the self-destruct was inside of it when it was dropped, but was cracked, and Purdue White do a great job of breaking that bubble just as the bomb goes off to find that 2K. Now support ult's online. Sinister is yet to drop this sound barrier. Finally, they're going to use it to engage.
They move it with the Blossom as a combination. Park just cannot survive. Same with Banana Man. 4 Soul Wings is going to be falling to the bomb. Purdue White, they have no reason to continue fighting this. We see them wanting to stall this out for as long as possible, but now they're starting to bring this in. They managed to get the Coalescence out from South Alabama. You see as Maru is using it to help clean up this fight, stopping the Lucio from being able to pop in that sound barrier due to the hack as Park. It's just building up to that EMP. This is a fight to build up ultimates, not a fight to win. As you see, Snoop, interestingly enough, uses that EMP, but the tanks are managing to slightly bring this back for Purdue White. Dropping out that bomb, OG built that up incredibly quick, forcing them off into the back, using that mech to build up a little bit more damage while Banana Man goes into the back line. They have the sound barrier and the Blossom. They are using so much sustain that they are outlasting South Alabama, who aren't able to kind of clean up on the picks, as the Moira getting picked off very quickly to the Blossom. South Alabama, though they had the hold very early on, it seems that they are not going to be holding it for too long.
Purdue White prevail in the 6-man call with a clean 2-0 here on Lijiang Tower. EMPs were good. The sound barriers on point, and Purdue White, with their excellent ult usage, able to take a 1-0 lead here in our series. They got the map pick and it served them well. South Alabama will get to choose map 2, though.
I gotta say, I was not expecting that map to go in the way that it was, I think, very early on. Purdue White honestly just felt very confident in their engages. They very much knew what they wanted to do when they went in. I mean, you know, second point of Lijiang Tower, when they first went in, you can at first see a bit of hesitance or at least small mistakes coming up, but once they switch over, they start getting more confident and they start shutting down South Alabama.
Indeed, and a lot of that came onto the front line, and really CK Riki did a phenomenal job on that Reaper. Was just getting tons of value to the point that South Alabama had to try to mirror it. That was their only answer, was to come back. The Tracer wasn't doing enough damage. They didn't have the power output that Purdue White was bringing to the table, and by the time they made the swaps, I mean, they were already trying to play catch up, and it was back and forth. Like, it wasn't totally one-sided. There were some good fights for South Alabama, but in the end, that was just too big a gap for them to cover. And South Alabama able to take it home and win it clean.
With the lack of commitment, that's really just what hurts them in the long term. Luckily, though, as you said, they do get this chance to kind of reset their minds and pick the map. Map picks always have, I think the more we watch Overwatch, the more we're seeing teams use it as a big counterplay, especially the farther we go in. Like, the moment we get to Assault, that's when, if you don't play that 2CP map, you're done. You're just out of it.
Well, there's no 2CP here, so we're not going to be playing any 2CP maps today. No Assault in our map pool. Instead, we get Hybrid twice, which I think most people think is a beneficial move. I am an Assault sympathizer. I've always enjoyed Assault. I'm kind of sad to see it go. I think there's a lot of strategy involved, but there's a ton of strategy in Hybrid as well. Hands down, my favorite map type in the entirety of Overwatch. So very curious what the pick is going to be coming out. And we've got our ban already, and this is an interesting one, is Purdue have decided to ban out Numbani.
Ooh, part of me slightly expected that. A lot of people really don't enjoy Numbani. The high grounds can be very frustrating to take on first point, and well, if you're just not used to playing on it, it is a very easy map to get snowballed on, especially on first to second point. Third is a different answer. But now that goes into the question that you've removed that sanctioned, so with the rest of the pool, I wouldn't be too surprised if we end up going on to something like King's Row, but Eichenwald is still a very similar map in that sense. And oh, look at that! The brain is already in as Eichenwald. That's going to be the next map.
Indeed. We'll be headed to Eichenwald, which it has a lot of interesting choices. It seems to all revolve around point B as far as I'm concerned. You don't see too many full holds on this map. It comes to castle control. That's where the crutch of this map lies. And so getting through point A is a matter of, do you have enough time to break a castle hold? Do you have enough time to steal away the high ground and make your way through that elongated streets phase? So whichever defense could take more time off of point A gives themselves a huge advantage moving through the rest of the map.
Yeah, and this isn't like other hybrid maps where you could debatably even just walk back in and manage to save the fight. I think out of all of the hybrid maps, Eichenwald is the hardest to be able to do so. You know, on King's Row, first point is sometimes you see the team come back in, but I mean, these are small choke points that you have to be walking in through, and it's really easy to get tunneled and, well, allow your opponents to build up the ult charge. But this does give a lot of opportunity for defensive compositions, you know, double shield, anything that revolves around just rotations. I think we can see that coming out of South Alabama, especially because they're six-man. They looked good. Though they weren't able to execute out everything they wanted to. I could see them relying a lot on just overwhelming their opponents.
And it all just depends on what they're feeling. What is their comfort pick when it comes to this map? What have they practiced? What do their players feel comfortable on as far as their own individual hero picks? And coming out on the defense is, you know, still plenty of time for South Alabama to change their mind. So let's focus on the team in blue or the team in white, depending on your point of view. That's going to be Purdue. Look, I'm a poet and stuff. But look, we got this, we got a little bit of brawl as we're going to have the May cast here for the defense. So really looking to utilize these May walls and try to separate the front line of South Alabama. Smoke is going to have to be really careful as they approach this choke and make sure that they are keeping an eye out for this May wall, maybe even try to bait it out before they can attack.
I just feel bad. This is going to be the most stressful May fight that you'll ever see. I mean, they're not able to land it right there exactly, but this is now where it comes in. Purdue White, they lose out Park the moment that they were just walking in, went a little bit too far. Now South Alabama starting to build up some steam, but it's an equal trade going out. We see this brawl going through as Smoke almost falls, but that was a beautiful fan the hammer to take out Banana Man. That's what South Alabama needed as they're taking control over this point. There's nothing you can do, especially with Smoke still up, to get that shatter.
Purdue just gave up their best weapon. Their best utility was that choke. And they needed to wall up and hold close, get in the face of South Alabama. Instead, Purdue decides to wait on point, and then there's not enough geometry for the May walls to find great effectiveness. The value goes out the window. South Alabama capitalize. It's a good play like Project, like you were talking about. It's close to this dead eye here. And look, I was talking about how important the castle is. South Alabama's already storming it.
You got to, you know. Every reference in the book, just when it comes down to this castle, and it does give you that strategic advantage. You have the high ground, you have a lot of options to take. That payload is already going to be moving closer to the corner, but South Alabama, they can engage this in any way that they want. You already see as Purdue White wants to take it back, they pop out that window, but the wall, the shatter, landing through, cutting them out, and well, they'll just have to try this more on the bridge.
South Alabama able to fight through with that, doing a good job of backpedaling and not overextending themselves. Bomb into the back. The shield will be there, though. And Purdue White are trying to just stall for as long as they can, but Park goes down. And now South Alabama are going to move up to the door and just try to hold Purdue White back, but they lose Smoke.
This isn't really looking too great. This is the snowball that we somewhat talked about beforehand. I mean, just look at South Alabama. They're not giving up any space. They're moving up. They're making sure to take that advantage. But since they don't necessarily have Smoke very early, they're just trying to cap this as fast as they can. The question is, will they be able to, in the millisecond that they were able to get that wall off? Absolutely. And now Project's able to get more than enough room to play the hit scan character. Cassidy does their job well.
Quite well indeed. Project coming up on yet another Deadeye. We just saw that unleashed on top of the castle. But this defense has quite a bit to work with. The one that strikes me the most is going to be the Blizzard. So Park's Blizzard versus Sinister's Sound Barrier. We saw Sinister hold on to Sound Barrier for quite a long time in Lijiang Tower. Let's see how they choose to pop in here. It's going to be aggressively a bold choice.
But the Shatter, it at least wastes down the Sound Barrier time. They do lose their Cassidy in the mid-fight as Park builds up to the Blizzard, but it's not going to be necessary. The moment you take out Smoke, well, the rest of the team, South Alabama, they're going to recognize that there's no reason to continue fighting. Finding out the mech, though, mwah, the cherry on the cake.
It was a beautiful amplification matrix followed by the Sound Barrier from Mini Martian that really turned that one around. Well done to protect the team against the Shatter coming out of Smoke. Now Purdue White is able to hold on to their Blizzard, but they need to be proactive. If they give South Alabama time to build up their ults, it's going to be a battle of the Blizzard. So Blizzards versus Divas. Let's see who gets the better edge in this one.
This bomb from South Alabama could be absolutely massive. We see some coordination with it, but losing out the Cassidy for Purdue White, that's not going to be the best feeling. Nep already looking to throw it. They want to put pressure, but that Blizzard slow them down. At least it finds the 2K, and the Immortality keeps the rest of South Alabama up. They lose out Smoke, but that's not going to be the worst thing out of this fight. They just need to clean it up, as you see OG able to stall up for a little bit longer.
Yeah, it was a beautiful bomb coming in. And once again, I felt like Park was using the wall a little early, did not get the value that you were wanting out of those main walls. Now swapping over to Doomfist. Somebody's got to get back. Okay, they're going to rotate up to the high ground, throw out a self-destruct. Deadeye from high ground as well.
This is oppressive. I mean, just look, South Alabama, they're not as a unit anymore. They are split, and this ends up for Sinister being punched directly into the face, though Park is going to pay with their life, and the rest of the team are going to pay with the Shatter. Banana Man still able to stay up, protect the team from any damage, and with that speed boost, they just slowly go through it. I mean, earlier, you talked about the castle. They have 3 minutes, and they did not have that when they walked in.
No, it's been a good defense so far out of Purdue White. South Alabama certainly had a ton of time on the clock entering the inside of the castle here, the keep. That's been whittled down to about 3 minutes. Still plenty of time for them to cycle through some ultimates. Oh, okay. There's a nice little stagger. Just stop it, Neptunica from remecking there. Banana Man with the Shatter online. We saw Smokes come out last fight. Didn't get a whole lot done. Banana Man's hoping that they can find some purchase here with their Earth Shatter. And looking to get aggressive with it. I love this aggressive posturing out of Purdue right now. It makes South Alabama fight for each and every inch getting inside this keep.
They will take their time, though. Needing that space is absolutely necessary. And they're not a complete 6 just yet, but Banana Man is looking for that Shatter. Ends up jumping into the back, but misses the high noon. Then the charge. Poor Banana Man is going to be regretting those small actions taken, because South Alabama, though they will wait a second, they don't have that immortality in the window stopping them from fully engaging. After a second of getting their amp, we see them fully commit. Snoop's coming up to that Riptire. They even place a window of their own. This is where the ultimates come out. If they want to capture it, it's now. But the Sound Barrier manages to give Park a bit more space to live, as a Riptire is going to be nullified by that Sound Barrier, though. OG falling is going to be a big problem. Banana Man is back to help when it comes to this fight. Immortality now wasted down, as we see the High Noon looking through their own Sound Barrier from South Alabama is going to be able to protect. Poor Park is in the wrong angle, gets stunned, taken out, and the fight continues to be one sloppy one as this Nep throws out the bomb, but they've already lost out Smoke. Do they truly want to commit any further?
I would not. They do manage to get the self-destruct out of Purdue White. So a little bit of a bonus there, and Snoop Ferret super close to another Riptire. They just used that. By the way, at the start of that fight, it was a mine out of Snoop Ferret that knocked Banana Man so far out of position on that Earth Shatter. They flew over Project, who was using the Deadeye. It was a clever little move. Now Smoke just gets caught out, is going to get stalled out a bit more. This clock has been whittled down to a minute. It'll be under a minute by the time South Alabama get another attack. Now they are coming in with a couple of ultimates to work with. I think the Ant Matrix is going to be the most important. It's how do they use this, and can they get the space necessary to start pushing it around that final corner? If South Alabama can make it to the final corner, you don't even need to get kills. Just buy the room to move in until you have that long stretch ahead of you. They're going to be in a great spot to drop the Shatter and take it home.
Who knows? Smoke just may go off the walls, throw it in, yell Leroy Jenkins. You never know, but that punch definitely makes a statement. It's still in a messy sense. That Riptire is going to be broken, but Park is going to be taken out. That D.Va had to commit solely to take it behind Noon, more exactly, and eventually they aren't going to be able to survive. But look at that beautiful 3K to shut it down. South Alabama, they have not pushed this point any farther than when they've arrived.
This has been a 5.5-minute hold on the back of Eichenwalde. And it's going to be difficult for South Alabama to get a good fight here. They may be able to get a touch as we see the swap over to the Doomfist. So, yeah, there is a touch in on point. Smoke has to charge in. But now there's a self-destruct in the air. That is going to take out Sinister. And this is done. Purdue put up one astonishing defense to deny South Alabama their 3 points and stop this cart. Now, the box of victory is quite a bit further than it looked like on your screen. It is almost to the throw, and it's almost to the end. But nevertheless, still very winnable for both of these teams, as a matter of fact.
I always wonder, what is it about third point that just allows some teams to quickly bring it back in, and especially on Eichenwalde of all things, you know, similar to King's Road. This just seems to be the most difficult. Maybe it's the fact that Ryan Hart's brother, not literal brother, but, you know, captain,
Mentor.
Yeah, mentor is sitting right there guarding the defenders of this castle.
Well, the fact that those are their spawn doors that we're looking at doesn't hurt too much either.
You're right there.
There's our box of victory. Like I said, just very nearly finished off point C, but not quite. And then it drifted all the way back to about where this camera is now, just exemplifying the spectacular defense Purdue were able to put up. Now, Purdue will be going on the offense, see if they can match what South Alabama put up, try to put themselves on match point. South Alabama not making any changes to their composition. They're going back to what they originally started with here on this map. And again, it goes back to the Rhine versus their worst enemy, which is a well-placed Maywall.
They're holding, not spawn close, but they're holding close, meaning that this is going to be their objective. Purdue White, though, are basically running what I would consider a very bulldozer-style composition with Park being onto this Doomfist. They will scout it out very quickly, but that wall, while not splitting them all off, it still stops Banana Man from being able to walk in without taking so much damage. Now there's no reason for them to truly commit. Banana Man, you have 200 health on your shield, and yet Smoke is the one who actually goes down. They use the wall to defend themselves for a little longer. A punch onto that mech is going to be stopping that baby D.Va from ever reuniting with their team. That just feels like a little bit of bully, guys. Look at that, an even fight going out, and yet South Alabama from Sinister able to find out that Baptiste slightly bringing it back in favor. It's Park who they have to worry about. With the Reinhardt returning in, you gotta pay more respect on their team. I mean, Park goes in with the slam, immediately gets punished. They do secure a tick, but that doesn't look like it's all it's gonna be.
It was a fantastic Maywall to start things off. And the only reason they didn't get a kill was because of the perfect play coming out of Azuki, who is able to leap the wall and get the immortality field down. That's the only reason that fight went on as long as it did. Purdue White are able to get a tick out of it. Good job for South Alabama bringing it back. And now South Alabama have a bevy of tools to hold on to this point, but they lose Project early. Mid-Deadeye, might I add.
Park is just going in for these hits, but I mean, Smoke does the same with the Shatter. Being able to find out Banana Man, even if Park's able to find the 6K, the Blizzard stops you from walking onto the point. The losing Smoke is going to hurt in the long term. It does seem that Purdue White, they're not going to be able to get this without one big struggle. That Sound Barrier keeps them up for a little longer, but look at that, 125 damage pooped away. Park is just all over the game as now they have the Sound Barrier. They're feeling secure and safe. They even place out the bomb to give themselves a bit more room. As we see Sinister eventually falling in, South Alabama are walking out to their own deaths, no longer feeling safe. They use that wall to try to bring this back in their favor, but it's just not looking like it anymore.
No, and Park unleashed another meteor strike. That was 2 meteor strikes during that scuffle. Granted, it was a pretty long engagement between these two. But Park getting a lot of work done on this Doomfist. Just incredible stuff. And South Alabama have to find a way to shut down Park if they want to put a stop to this and try to get themselves back into this series. What do they have to work with? Not a whole lot. Self-destruct and as well as a Deadeye. Shatter gets blocked, but there's still an Ant Matrix up for Purdue.
quite interesting to see both of the Reinhardts actually switch sides, and then Smoke is the one who falls. It is even worse because South Alabama, they're not in a good position. I mean, look at that. Park is just able to find it out. I know Doomfist is becoming a tank, but maybe Park is just looking to keep it as a DPS.
Yeah, Park just moves into the back line and takes out both supports while that big battle was going on the high ground. And it was a well-placed Ant Matrix. Suzuki has been doing absolutely outstanding on this Baptiste. And is a big part of Purdue's success here so far. Looking to keep it up. Purdue still just holding down top of Castle while the cart slowly makes its way around.
Oh, a full rotation coming up. They took the fight directly to the point. Now it's pretty late. They're the ones who are having to engage, and it's not looking too well, though Sinister has found Banana Man traded. They do get it back into their favor by taking out the Baptiste. It just seems no matter what South Alabama do, Purdue White is ready to adapt and find the edge in it.
Small stall coming through. Purdue finally decide, wait a minute, all this time spent up top and we haven't been pushing the cart very far. So they're going to go ahead and stick 4 on that and try to get across the bridge. Bridge, a notoriously dangerous spot. Be a perfect opportunity for Sinister to build up this sound barrier, because right now they're the only one left out. They're feeling left out as they're the only one without a check mark. South Alabama with a ton of tools. Smoke looking to start things off with a shatter here. Face to face with Banana Man. It gets blocked.
Well, no, not necessarily. It did find the Diva, and this ended up causing Banana Man to want to come in, try to peel, and fall to it. With that sound barrier, it seems South Alabama are finally going to have some room to breathe, especially by finding out Park very early. Absolutely massive. But I don't think this is, one that you can go to sleep with. They have the Blizzard, but that's the best ultimate they have for a defensive hold.
I mean, that's a pretty darn good ultimate. You can certainly win a fight off of Blizzard alone. And speaking of Maze, I mean, yeah, getting a Diva down wouldn't have been that detrimental to Purdue White if it wasn't for the wall coming out of Snoop Ferret. The May walls have been absolutely on point. Snoop Ferret definitely getting a lot more value out of that May than we saw in Purdue's defense. Oh, that's an unfortunate start to this attack. Smoke does go down, though. 5v5 on the objective, and the Blizzard gets eaten.
That Blizzard was absolutely necessary to keep this fight alive. I mean, just look, the Diva goes in, ends up placing their bomb, but the Immortality gives them a bit more room.
No.
It's unfortunate. Oh, no, I think 2 people actually fell off the map because you see the Cassidy's gone as well. Purdue White, they're still going to have a fairly decent hold. They have a bomb of their own, but Park is going to fall. I don't see them wanting to hold this for any longer. You see them not even commit the bomb, but they are going to be letting themselves live for as long as possible.
And South Alabama able to build up some good ults, so the rotation has been very good from them here on the back half of this defense. One more defense, South Alabama will tie up the series and really get themselves back into it. They've got the tools they need to do it. They just got to be careful of this self-destruct, not get caught up by anything cheeky. Between that and the Deadeye, both of which fairly easily avoidable. Let's see what Purdue can do with them. They're speeding across high ground right now.
We see the punch wanting to engage it, but that
Nice
bomb
wall.
actually has more than enough momentum to boost through. The problem is that they get hit with the shatter as the high noon was trying to be used. South Alabama so aggressive and cleaning this up. Smoke, you may be alive, but we're gonna have to see what happens on poor Park. Oh, the jukes.
10 seconds on the clock. This is going to be tough for Purdue to even touch. See how close Mini Martian is. And even if they get there, there's not a whole lot of ults to work with. Maybe if they can stall long enough for Banana Man to get back with a shatter, but this is South Alabama's map to lose right now.
The Blizzard goes out a little too far. Banana Man is going to fall. That Lucio struggling to stay up, looking for a boot. That window plays for anybody engaging in, but it does seem they are going to be messing up their, at least the way that
It's
they can
done.
walk out. It's absolutely done. You want to be hoping for the best, but I mean, the series is going to be tied up because South Alabama, they managed to take over Eichenwald.
In glorious fashion, we'd expect no less from our number 2 and number 3 seeds here in the Challengers White Division. It has gone to 1-1. CK Rookie did a darn good job, but in the end, it was just not enough to pull Purdue across the finish line here on Eichenwald. That was pretty, though. That, it was a nice Deadeye. Not often you see a 3K Deadeye. That Ant Matrix helps out a little bit.
You're right, and it just seemed that kind of the more it went on, the more South Alabama got used to Park running onto that Doomfist. As much as I love to see, those quick punches come in, it became more of a problem the moment that the Cassidy is able to get those stuns, able to stop you from playing the game. It became a 5v6 at points, and in the end, it kind of, I don't think it hurt them too much, but it definitely could be said as a factor of why they weren't able to cap it to third at least.
I mean, shutting down Park, we were talking about you had to shut down that Doomfist if South Alabama was going to find success in that map, and they absolutely did so. They realized their fault early on when point A didn't go their favor. Despite some good stall, and they didn't one and done lose it. But after Park's reign of terror on point A, it got absolutely negated once we started going further through the map. Also, the May wall, Snoop Ferret on that May was phenomenal, and just did a fantastic job getting high value out of those walls. And now it's anybody's game. Series is all tied up. I feel like South Alabama has a little momentum at their back, and it'll be Purdue Wipe's map choice when we return. We're going to take a little break. When we come back, we're headed to Escort. We'll see you back here in a few minutes. Well, a spectacular performance on Eichenwalde has gotten South Alabama right back into this thing. It is tied up, and no, that means it is Purdue's map pick. And it's been an interesting one.
Interesting is by far one of the more tamer words, I would say, because map one, yes, it's control, so you can always put the air quotes when you talk about map one. I feel once you get onto that map, that's when teams start getting fired up. But we got to see a lot of back and forth. These teams have not been trying to give up as much ground, and even using different characters to kind of get those edge and yet mid-map adaptations and then adapting to it. I've seen it, but this quick, I don't think so. The next map being onto Havana brings up so many more theories, so many more comps, and yet, Skunk, I am not too confident to say that either team is going to be going out with something that we can expect.
We can't expect South Alabama to go out on the defense. As the winner of our last map, they get to choose what side they want, so we're going to see them in the blue jerseys here for Havana. And given how good they were with the main on the brawl, seeing a close hold to start here wouldn't surprise me. It's what they choose to do after that. It's how long they can hold the gates, and do they make swaps once it's finally broken?
Yeah, and, we talked a little bit more, in the break about how long these sight lines are on this first point. I think comparably out of all, similar to more of the escort maps, full holds are very common ideas, especially with it being such long angles. But it's also extremely common to see teams walk out on any kind of brawl or really big rush competitions and try to hold those doors just to at least lower that time bank out. That second point. How long has it been since you've seen that third point more than anything?
Right, and it has definitely become very common. And the point of that close hold that you're talking about, is just to eat up as much time as you can, and then you've got time for a second defense on the back of point A because there's so much distance for the attackers to cover that you're guaranteed another shot. And if you can buy 2 minutes off the clock and get ults out of the attacker, then you are well on your way to a victory on Havana. So a lot kind of comes down to how quickly the attackers can break the close hold and how much time and resources the defense can get out.
Yeah, I think more than anything, our attentions are going to be returning back onto not only Snoop, but Park, seeing how that kind of DPS versus DPS game is going. I think they're the players that we've been mostly naming, and that's just obviously because they're having a lot of impact in these fights. But, Sinister, Maru, they've been doing really good keeping the team alive and stalling all these points.
Yeah, and speaking of supports on the other side, Azuki was very impressive on Eichenwalde on the Baptiste. This is an interesting look from the attackers comp, so let's see if they actually roll out with this, because you're running with, there we go, that makes a lot more sense. Are going to pull out the Reinhardt and the Doomfist to try to break this close hold. Again, watch for Snoop Ferret. They've been really good with these Maywalls all day long. Oh, and Park goes down immediately, gets ahead of the team.
There will be some swaps that far coming in. They are going to just, do what we're very common to see. Though they don't have a Mercy and might not be the best going up against someone like Project who lands their shots. You see as Banana Man is struggling to be able to stay up. That anti does absolute work. Poor Smoke still charges in that. Confidence level at 100. But Bark is going to shut that down. Now this is the momentum they were looking for. As we see Brody White, they're going to start taking this a bit more in their own rings.
Yeah, it was a good swap from the Pharah. A classic way to break this close hold since you can get on that rooftop. And then a beautiful nade again, Azuki. Azuki coming in clutch for Purdue White. Already has Nano online. Banana Man coming up with a shatter as well. This could be a ruthless combo that could snowball into a point A capture.
They are at least getting themselves set. I'm trying to see. Look at that. That's a beautiful wall. And now, as Banana Man needs to just back out, look for that shadows. Able to get those who weren't protected by the Rhino, while Smoke does the same. But that Nano, the Nano saves out Park, and they just clean sweep throughout the back. I have never seen such a quick reaction to defend a single character.
Azuki is just on point this series. Has been absolutely mind-blowingly good. And that was just more indication of it, keeping Park alive through that, who definitely has a lot of punching power, no pun intended, genuinely. And the only thing is, this took long enough that South Alabama are going to get a third attempt at this. They lose Sinister early.
Oh, and they lose Project that was using the high noon. Then the Blizzard gets eaten. I mean, there's a lot you can say about this fight, but rude is only a small word of it. Look at that. They stop every attempt. That was 3 tries, and you're out.
Yeah, nice shooting from CK Rookie. 2 very important picks to start that thing off. Picks off Sinister, where they were super close to a sound barrier, and that would have been a fight swinger right there. So getting value out of the Widow, who is a very feast or famine kind of character. If you're not hitting your shots, you're not really providing any pressure. But CK Rookie steps up to the plate, gets it done. Just to follow on our baseball analogy. Self-destruct to the back, not going to find much. Banana Man gets killed before they can shatter.
We do see a counter bomb come in. It does find out Sinister. Park did not expect that and yet still made it work. Poor Nep did not know what hit them, and even if that Widowmaker is going to fall, the rest of the team is quickly following after them. OG is the one who really needs to get out of there. Almost got staggered.
Fortunately for Purdue, does not manages to get back. Yeah, and now just waiting on a regroup. But Azuki did get killed late, so they're going to have to wait on it to come in. Nano Boost available once again. CK Rookie coming off of the Widowmaker, going over to a Genji. Giving some good options for this Nano to go on to, though. I'm expecting it to hit this Reinhardt here directly to start this fight.
I'm going to be surprised if Banana Man just walks in and shatters again. Look at that! Lands it beautifully!
4 down.
The immortality. It keeps them up, and Snoop is able to go at those who aren't paying attention and easily start taking them out. At least Park is able to get a good montage clip. Sorry, was not prepared for that.
It's quite the back and forth. Good job from Smoke. Landing a killer fire strike there at the end. Purdue White trying to continue to pressure this despite being down in the fight. Just want to get a constant flow of resources poured into this to keep South Alabama off balance. But South Alabama are standing tall right now. They've got some good ults to work with, including a sound barrier.
We see as Park is going to fall, that Blossom goes onto the ground, but gets booped. So not in the best position, but it still forces OG to use that DM, lose their mech, and Project's built up to the high noon. They are rotating their ultimates, and they are safe for this next fight. I mean, even finding out Banana Man, that's what, maybe 10, 15 seconds now gone from the clock, and add a little bit more because they lose their Lucio.
Yeah, CK Rookie and Park, I think, are really trying to force this into a Reaper and a Cassidy. Project has been keeping them at bay, left, right, and center. Neither of the flankers getting a whole lot of value because Project's got them in their sights the entire time. They've got to work around Project to find the squishy targets. It's going to be more difficult. Nice move to start things off, but still serendipitously picks up 2.
And look at that, Banana Man wasn't prepared against the high noon. Breaks down the
Nano
shield,
Blade.
took the blade. I mean, we know what Genjis are about nowadays. I mean, you managed to find one, you're going into the backline. Oh, that flash! You managed to know your opponent. That's what I call taking it with style, even if you don't get full value off of the Nano Blade. Purdue White, they're going to be able to push in a little farther, and they've got a lot of room to take.
Yeah, and that's despite Banana Man going down early in the fight. Purdue White do all of that without a Reinhardt. And CK Rookie does get value out of the blade and says, all right, done. That's enough. All right. I hear you, Jeff. So off the Genji, go CK Rookie. Try to match the Cassidy here for this final push. 50 seconds on the clock. South Alabama coming back with an Ant Matrix. Death Blossom coming up soon.
They are going to be walking out with that window at the front doors, but that bomb will split them up. We see that charge, not going to be able to react. They lose out the Baptiste and then the Reinhardt as Banana has the shatter. Needs to be careful from the Blossom, but easily able to take out their opponent. Nep is going to only have time to give on their opponents, but we are going to be seeing Purdue White. They're moving this to the 3rd point.
And Park just did such a great job of putting so much pressure on Snoop Ferret, they had to use the Death Blossom. The only option was to Death Blossom solo onto a Doomfist and not onto the squishies, not into the bulk of Purdue White like Snoop Ferret wanted to do. Now, we're on a completely different point altogether, and by that I mean different look. Lot of long range on this one. We're going to get swaps from both sides. CK Rookie picking up the Ash. Snoop Ferret, you're seeing on your screen right now, has the Hanzo and is throwing tree trunks downrange.
I've been seeing a lot of clips on Reddit of seeing these storm arrows kind of ricochet, see if they work. I wonder if Snoop truly practiced that out. I think it's more Park who's being more interesting though. Look at that, gets the nano, immediately dives, and he has enough room for Banana Man to eventually fall out, not able to secure any pick, and end up falling down. Smoke was very far in though, is going to be picked up, and Purdue White don't really have the hold. They do have the spawn advantage at least.
I mean, even at this point, that's close. We're getting into kind of that 50-50 range on this corner where it's right in the middle on the spawns. Banana Man also used Shatter in that. Didn't really get anything with it. Might have even gotten killed out of it. But they do not have that tool. In fact, not many tools at all for Purdue White to work with. They've got a sound barrier, but there's plenty to counter that on South Alabama's side right now. 30 seconds on the clock. Purdue need a miracle.
They've thrown the dragon in. Park is able to dive, save themselves with the slam, and while Park, well, look at that, has to disengage, but the Transcendence is now built. It's a good punch to try to stop it, but in the end, it's just not enough. They are able to not only use that window, pump the damage, take those out who are walking down main, but, well, they just go out of their way. They clean it out. South Alabama still with that bongo for a last-second hold. Wait, oh?
That's a good kill, good couple of kills coming from CK Roki. Don't think it's gonna be enough. There's no ult available for him, and yeah, here come the kills from South Alabama. Say Purdue White needed a miracle. They got close. They got an early kill on the Maruchan at the beginning of the real fight, not this little last skirmish we saw at the end, but the actual fight for the point. Got an early kill on a Maruchan, and that was a good start, but they're not able to take down the other support. And Sinister is able to get that Transcendence off, and South Alabama bring it back on the back of that Transcendence. So a good push. I mean, getting even into the fort is a feat. So not a bad push for Purdue White whatsoever. And you called it earlier, User. I mean, we've seen our fair share of full holds on this map.
That's the biggest anxiety I think I have about Overwatch. It's never, being in a Pharah POV against a Widowmaker, never knowing if you're about to be sniped the moment you peek. It's never watching a player POV and then they get punched in the face. No, it's always going to be, will a team get full held? Will they end up making too many mistakes and they lose that chance to kind of bring this back in their favor? South Alabama definitely have that potential to not get full held, but all it takes is one kill and it's cleanly will sweep. I mean, Park, we see OG, they're running out on what they did beforehand on Eichenwald, and we saw how well they held beforehand. But I mean, we're not really seeing too much of any composition that benefits off these long angles.
Not yet. I anticipate we'll get more of the Ashe and the Hanzo as things progress. But the close hold doesn't matter right now. Park has Maywall's left a little bit to be desired, both on Eichenwald and back on Lijiang Tower. Needs good ones here for this close hold to be successful.
Snoop is very high in the sky, able to take out that immortality early. He's absolutely. Oh, what an
huge bio.
That lands on 3. Look at them, already backing up. They have no reason to continue moving forward, and yet everybody in their backline is completely open to Snoop. I mean, look at that. The Baptiste is going to fall. Another beautiful antis landing onto Banana Man is going to fall. They don't really have much of a hold here, but they have to keep fighting until each and every one of them has fallen. There's no reason to back out.
And Purdue might have eaten a little bit of time off the clock already, about 40 seconds to be exact. And they're continuing to put pressure on. Some early kills, and South Alabama do have the advantage, but they're not cleaning this up quick enough, User.
Oh, you're absolutely right. I mean, Banana Man's on the Orisa, but it's already halfway back. And though they find out OG, look at this. The Cassidy's in their backline. It's not so Snoop eventually, and you really don't want to commit this barrage. That's the one ultimate that you really want to save. Project may fall, but you have a full team to be able to push in. They've swapped all the way over to double shield, and I do think they're going to have a chance to have a hold on to third as long as Banana Man, more than anyone, does not fall.
Yeah, they'll definitely get another defense here. With double shield, they should. Snoop Fair did a great job, found 3 kills to finally get South Alabama on the road and get them going through. And with the swap off the Diva, Snoop Fair might be able to get a nice barrage in here. We'll see how the supports do. Barrage over the top, smoke finds 2.
That's absolutely massive. The sound barrier was just not enough, and well, it's now run its course. We already see as OG immediately gets melted. Park has the Blizzard, but I think my biggest question is, are you going to hold that, or are you just going to switch? Your team is on double shield.
Yeah, Park needed to get that one out in that last attack. Unfortunately, Purdue White kind of poked their head out before they were really ready to take an engagement. So they were taking a lot of poke damage before they were in a position to really dish it back out and get Park in a good spot to throw down the Blizzard. Now they're still holding on to it, and the pressure continues to mount from South Alabama.
That is a beautiful first pick. I mean, Snoop is already set. The mines, though, are going to do the most of the damage, and they don't need to commit this. We see as that window gets used, Snoop just goes the other way and says, you know what, I have to. It's just absolutely available.
Yeah, tiny room. Why wouldn't you? Purdue White just served themselves up on a silver platter, and Snoop Ferret is just feasting. The barrage really didn't get as much value as just the direct, circling all the way around from the main entrance. The side window goes up through the top hallway. Snoop was pointing rockets from all directions. Now, oh my goodness, what a pulse to start this off. This fight's already done.
This is the antithesis, whatever definition that you truly want to call it, because my English dictionary is not the best. They are snowballing it right now. Park even teased the Doomfist, but knew they don't have the room to play that composition. South Alabama, they're playing this wrecking ball, and they're playing it way better than I ever expected.
And Purdue White just looking to step behind the curve. I mean, OJ had swapped over to the Diva part of that last fight. Now is having to go back over to the Sigma, knowing that the dive tanks aren't going to work. Oh, okay. Okay, Purdue White making some last-minute adjustments. Coming out with the pig's feet. OG picking up the Roadhog. So this is all about protecting CK Rookie so that your Ash can get good value while OG disrupts and hopefully can find a pick with the hook. They got to deal with these two flankers first, though.
Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like Park is going to be the one helping, but their composition, they are scattering to try and find something to work. I mean, the Hog Sigma's not bad, but that's definitely something you're pulling out of your pocket. And look at this. Snoop is freely in the air, will fall. Smoke eventually is going to be bursted down, but that bomb able to force OG to use the breather while they lose out their Ana. They do have the spawn advantage, so they're able to get some resets, and it's feeling fine. But with Banana Man gone, it's a 5v6, and that time is less and less the more this continues. We see the Valk is enabling them to move forward. Then that Nano, it's going to land, and they're just having it onto the Wrecking Ball to be able to build up those mines very quickly. Sound Barrier Bob is able to stay and contest onto the point. That's just going to be enough. However, South Alabama, they still have the ultimates to take this back.
Yeah, unfortunately, South Alabama did not get the value they wanted out of that nano boost. Snooper did get the barrage online, but didn't find a real good place to use it. Purdue White hanging on by the skin of their teeth, losing the Ana as early as they did could have been detrimental. South Alabama didn't quite capitalize before the respawns come in. Now Azuki's back with a nano. Snooper over the top, looking to barrage.
Ooh, this is going to be absolutely scary because they don't necessarily have anybody to pure focus against that Pharah. I mean, they do have the Widowmaker, they have the Cassidy, they have so much, but you still need to be careful. The High Noon's not in their direction until they hold it, snoop around, bam, take you out, send you back to the grave, and, well, South Alabama, this is now getting scary.
This is such a hard point to take, but a lot of time on the clock. They have at least one more full ult cycle that they can go through. So we look at a Snoop to drop this barrage and should have enough time to build up another one should they choose to stick with this Pharah. Got a lot of value early, but these swaps with Purdue White have been serving them really well. And South Alabama struggling just to get these last few meters. There's the barrage.
Ooh, but the Nano goes onto the Roadhog. OG is able to stay alive then. We see Park peeling for the Zenyatta, able to take out the Tracer. That anti has fallen through, and now these are where the swaps have to come in from South Alabama. They came in with over 4 minutes, roughly around 4 minutes or so. And now they're with less than 2, switching their composition. They have no ult in their bank.
We saw Purdue do this on Eichenwald. They stopped South Alabama, who had 5.5 minutes when they entered Point C, and South Alabama could not cap. Now, the difference was Purdue couldn't get very far. Purdue have gotten good spacing here and are 2 fights away from taking the lead in this series. OG with the whole hog here on the edge. This could be dangerous.
Oh, that
Nice anti, though.
That
Yes.
anti finishes them off. They may not have smoke, but it doesn't matter anymore. The High Noon, Park's using it to be able to defend, and it takes out a Valkyrie Mercy. High value, but they managed to bring smoke back in. Who's defending the team? Banana Man, they need to stay alive. Getting that anti's gonna save him for a little longer as smoke kind of bit off more than they could chew. Saving in that Necrotic Flux, you're holding it, but no, you're using it because there's an Echo who's nano going inside your backline as your Widowmaker has been picked off. The whole hog able to clean it up, and my goodness, I did not expect the last second switches working out for this long.
And now CK Rookie making yet another swap. Seeing that Snoop has come off of the Pharah, CK Rookie's going over to the Tracer to help protect the flanks from Project. And now Purdue White have support ults online. South Alabama are looking a little dry as far as the weapons they have to bring to the table. Purdue White have the tools to hold here if they can get value out of these support ults and don't lose either of these players early.
They do have the defensive ultimates to at least make up for any mistakes. We see as South Alabama, poor smoke, almost falls, takes a lot of damage, but Snoop going inside the backline, almost takes out the Zenyatta, but the Transcendence able to keep them up, looking to copy this segment, but they've lost not only their Mercy, but their Orisa. In the end, it seems like South Alabama, it just wasn't meant to be as Purdue White. They managed to get an immense hold, that even if that barrier, that pulse bomb landed, it's just not enough.
No, Project was the last one standing. And, well, South Alabama can kiss that overtime and this map goodbye as Purdue White reclaim their lead in the series. Phenomenal performance, wonderful adjustments, able to make that read. And we were talking about at the end of Point B that it felt like Purdue were kind of a step behind in making the changes and adjusting their composition to match what South Alabama were bringing to the table. But they got it right. The timing was there, and Purdue White were on point. They're on point C, and the defense holds strong. It was South Alabama was so close with so much time, and on so many occasions it felt like they could see victory, they could smell it, but they were denied. As Purdue White, that's exceptional defense.
It's the execution that matters the most, and unfortunately, though they have the time in the world to set up and get prepared, it seems like they just could never put themselves in the right time at the right moment and benefit off of it. That's a big problem. I don't know, especially with the Wrecking Ball composition, who do you pay more attention to? Is it the Wrecking Ball who needs to give the team the space to do it? Or is it on the DPS to position themselves correctly? Because the supports, all they have to do is stay back.
That's true, but you got to stay safe as well.
Yeah.
Which something that Purdue White were doing a good job of taking away, particularly when we saw the Ashe coming out of CK Rookie. We saw some killer shots there. The Widowmaker looked good. How many heroes did CK Rookie play in that map? That was ridiculous. There was 5 different heroes coming out of CK Rookie over the course of one Icon Vault defense. One Havana defense. So we're seeing that versatility come in. But, well, that's the past. Let's move on to the future. It's now South Alabama's map pick once again, and they're taking us to jolly old England.
Out of everything, it always had to be a possibility of King's Row being played
Always King's
tonight.
Row.
It's always King's Row, and I understand why. I'm gonna hold the badge. We got to get a badge saying I played on King's Row before. Eventually, it's overran. But still,
we need 60 million of those badges. I think it would be an astronomical number.
Oh, you know what? I live in unrealism. But this could be the final map that we're looking at for tonight, and it's going to be a very big, stressful one. We've looked at a lot of Brawl today. This is a Brawl map, but a lot of teams, especially, I think in the collegiate, some teams are willing to run out on that Wrecking Ball. We've seen a little bit of how it works.
There's a lot of viable compositions on King's Row. The Wrecking Ball is certainly one of them, and of course, it's known for the Brawl. This is the home of Reinhardt. as far as canon is concerned, but just as far as map design and tradition in Overwatch. So this is kind of where Brawl was born, was here in the streets of Kings Row. But that doesn't mean any of the other compositions are any less viable. We've seen, crazy Bastion strats, double shield defenses, up on in the treehouse strat where you sit on high ground with a bunker composition compiled of Orisa and Sigma with some poke DPS. A lot of viability. Purdue White, as they were victors in our last map, get to choose sides, and they have chosen to start us off on the defense. And indeed, we're seeing a bit of long range in the DPS role, but Banana Man sticking with that Reinhardt.
I like it. The Widowmaker is always going to be for that early pick, but I'm honestly a bit more surprised that Park's not looking to go on that Doomfist. I think the Hanzo, yes, is a lot better, but if you have the opportunity to run the Doomfist, it's always going to be a show to play the Doomfist. That's at least what I feel. You don't have the main. Well, look at that. Snoop's just able to freely walk in, and now they're the ones who are going to set up on how they want to use the wall. Purdue White needs to be extremely careful with his engagement, though. Smoke has to be even more careful with 100 less on the shield. Is that a charge into the enemy team? I think they both just did it because Banana was in the back, and Park is able to at least bring some comfort, bring some normality in this fight as you take out the main, force your opponents to just get out of there.
That's Park able to pick out the perfect target amongst all of that chaos going on in these two brawl comps. Park zeroes in on that main and lands it right between the eyes. That's exactly how you start off a fight. Look at this. Park already has dragons ready to go. Outstanding work on this Hanzo. I'm asking, how come we haven't seen more of this Hanzo?
I don't know. May have never felt comfortable as the dragon splits up the backline. The immortality is going to keep those in front, especially Smoke, alive. And it seemed to be the thing that mattered the most, as nobody on Purdue White is able to outlast it, and what they will fall.
Project comes up with a huge 3K in that fight, and despite Smoke going down, Project's able to come in and do enough hurt to send Purdue packing, get this card on the road. But Purdue all get good spawns, so all 6 of them are right here to hold the arch. This is going to be tough to break open. Park makes a swap over to the Mei, coming off of that Hanzo now, and looking to do a little divide and conquer here in this point A choke.
Now they're already moving, taking this fight extremely close, and I'm loving where it's at. You take out the Diva, now they have nobody to sit there and eat up the damage. Poor Snoop can't even get set up to look for a wall. That payload needs to move out, but Banana Man has the opportunity for a shatter. You see them get the wall out onto Smoke, and the charge, though, is going to be a big problem. Banana Man ends up getting stunned to death. You poor soul, I'm sorry for your loss, as we see the High Noon moving in. Not much to be able to stop it, especially when Smoke is there with a hammer, hitting those who aren't paying attention. That's a way to be able to win the point.
It started off so good for the defense, too. Purdue had an excellent May wall. Park probably put up the 2 best May walls of the day for themselves. Not compared to Snoop Fair, but as far as Park is concerned, that was exactly how it's supposed to be done. It was a beautiful play. Adam Maruchin that kept Smoke alive through that second one and allows the clapback and the eventual complete counter punch out of South Alabama, who are gaining all of this space. Look at this. They even forced out a self-destruct on the back of the point just so OG can remech. South Alabama are in control and now have a Blizzard out.
They pop out the Blizzard, but they leave themselves open to the Shatter. Banana Man is able to help out the High Noon to take 2. Purdue White have stopped any possibility of a snowball, and they have a good chance to hold. That is a really good spot.
Yeah, it was a little costly. And all 3 ults used to great effect. The Earth Shatter, the Deadeye, and most importantly, that Sound Barrier from Mini Martian. That was the one that really denied South Alabama any purchase with the Blizzard that came out from Snoop Ferret. And though mildly expensive, well done. You got value out of all 3 of those ultimates, Purdue, so I applaud you, not holding anything against you on that one. Now we're getting South Alabama coming back with a shatter of their own. Smoke is already looking for it. You can see it in his eyes, and Matrix to start.
Oh, but Smoke does end up getting walled off.
Blocked.
The Shatter's gonna be blocked, but Park's able to find out Snoop the counterplay. Now with the High Noon fan, the Hammer doing a lot of damage. They throw that bomb, they split the direction and take out the Lucio along with it. Now Purdue White really have no reason to continue fighting with Banana Man falling down. This point is going to the 3rd.
Yeah, and it all started with Park falling early in that fight. Purdue needed that blizzard if they had any hope of winning that one. At least that was their best chance of winning that one. So with Park out of the fight, not only was it a player advantage to South Alabama, but took one of the biggest win cons off the table for Purdue. Now making their way into Point C, but Purdue have been phenomenal on Point C defenses all day long, and South Alabama 3 minutes and 40 seconds, but you got to think that's not a whole lot of time compared to what they've had in the other maps. Nice 2K to start it off.
I mean, the wall falls, they weren't prepared against it, and now the rest of the team collapsed underneath the weight. On the bright side, they did die pretty quickly together, so Purdue White, they have the blizzard, they have the high noon, they have a chance to hold, but, I mean, South Alabama, they're walking out with very similar abilities.
Yeah, Blizzard versus Blizzard. Difference is Sinister has a sound barrier. South Alabama have an opportunity to put up a great time here.
Yep, they're moving in. We see the blizzard be popped on both sides, but Banana Man's looking to just get playing around it. We do see the freeze in South Alabama are not going to be getting the better end of it. Purdue White manages not only to tank out the main tanks, but the supports decide to go off the edge, and 4.14 meters. That is a heart attack in a can.
And both blizzards come out simultaneously. Snoop Ferret throws theirs on the front of the cart, Park on the back of the cart. The only problem, well, if for South Alabama at least, was that all of Purdue were on the back of the cart. So the blizzard out of Snoop Ferret only catches 1, maybe 2 there, while Purdue were able to pursue a lot of the kills. Now South Alabama coming back in. Smoke has a shatter ready to go. Ant Matrix blocked by the wall.
Gives them a bit more room to move. Oh, not the
Huge.
shatter! That was just a look. That was a turn and then a Q.
Cart.
The cart. They gotta keep touching the cart. They rushed on. If someone had been touching that with South Alabama for a second longer, they would have been able to get it. But now they have to face not only the window, but the fact that there was a flying May going in their face, and they got that hold. But my goodness, that could have gone so wrong.
South Alabama had that. Nobody contested. They just got off the cart. South Alabama walked that in, the 4 meters that was necessary. Purdue were not contesting. They get it to .23, and South Alabama steps off before OG gets onto the cart to contest. That was extremely close. But, I mean, Azuki, I got to praise Azuki again. Beautiful Ant Matrix. They're doing work on this battlefield.
And we see them wanting to reconvene, going up, getting a nice wall, but that charge doesn't care, managing to take out Smoke, and the Immortality is being able to save them. I mean, Snoop has the Blizzard, but that's going to be a next fight ability. They fall once more, and this is honestly so stressful to see these teams make it to that third route, and then with such high time makes, and yet it now is back to that same scenario, a minute on the clock.
I feel like Purdue are just getting more calm and collected as the series goes on. And it's Park that makes me say that the walls are getting better and better. They seem to have really found their stride here and now have a blizzard to help defend once again.
The High Noon is set. It does wait for the last second, missing out on the May, but look at that blizzard freely thrown in their back. The Sound May are able to keep up Purdue White for a little longer. Oh, poor Smoke in the wrong line. The bomb cleans you out. And now, I do like the fact that they have 4 ultimates, so they necessarily can just always say, you know, play the Q game, throw it out, win. But Purdue White, they've been holding very well against any odds.
And using their ultimates very wisely. Mini Martian this time, the savior with that sound barrier, in another double blizzard fight. This time it was the supports who were able to do the job, get it, protect it once again. Last opportunity for South Alabama, 15 seconds on the clock with a self-destruct incoming. And it finds 2!
That's what they needed to be able to continue. I mean, now with Banana having the shatter, they had ultimates, but how are you going to be able to use them? You're rushing over to the point. Do you have a touch? Not quite, as we see South Alabama not able to use the abilities that they've saved for. Purdue White have set up a beautiful win condition.
And this is the 3rd map in a row where South Alabama have gone into Point C with tons of time left on the clock. And Purdue White are able to find their ult cycle and just build a wall, an impenetrable fortress that South Alabama cannot seem to crack open. Park really stepping up on the May and that one. Azuki and Mini Martian continue to do good work. The entirety of Purdue White did very, very well on that defense. And now that they know exactly what they need to accomplish to take this series home and punch their ticket into the grand finals, they got to make it into Point C. It's almost to the end. Very similar story to our last 2 maps. They were able to do it on Havana, but not on Eichenwalde. Can they do it here, or is South Alabama send us to map 5?
They're making me shiver in me timbers. That's what I definitely can confirm for you. South Alabama at least have the benefit of snooping on the May for defense, and that was something that we pointed out on Eichenwalde. Snoop had very phenomenal walls, and I could see this working out. I think more than anything, I want to see a bit more come out of NEP. I think as a D.Va player, you really got to be putting more pressure. Smoke needs to survive these close situations.
2, 1.
I mean, Neptunica's done a fairly good job, but I agree. I mean, that's the D.Va is kind of one of those. It's almost like a sport in that sometimes it feels like it's a very thankless job.
Yeah.
But keeping an eye on Park, and Neptunica can absolutely win this map for South Alabama.
What an interesting wall. It seems Park is going
down
to fall, but that's a counter charge to be able to help South Alabama as Banana Man doesn't have any room. They do have a Widowmaker out, but I haven't seen a Widowmaker work on King's Row since Sherful.
That was a while ago. That was a day or two ago.
Yeah.
And CK Rookie is going to go ahead and make the swap, going on over to the Cassidy here, so we will get mirror compositions. A little bit behind, but not really noticeably so. I don't think it's going to have a huge effect on this. What could have a huge effect is Smoke being 90% to Shatter compared to Banana Man's 57. Ooh, I love this rotation. Purdue trying to circumvent around. I don't think anybody got cut off by that May wall. The speed was too good. Now Purdue have some high ground. Now, what do they do from here? You can choose to go right up the gut. Okay, they're just going to speed right on in. Here we go.
They're going right after their opponent. Smoke has to use the Shatter. Is able to land on the D.Va, but
he got stunned.
You are open, and it's not working well. Purdue White finally find what they needed as they just brawl into South Alabama, cleaning this fight up and start capturing the point.
Smoke got stunned out of Shatter. I think it was a flashbang from CK Rookie. It could have been Banana Man. Banana Man and Shatter came down at the same time. And that all happened in a split second, so I don't know the exact cause, but the end result is undeniable. Smoke got 0 value out of that Earth Shatter. Banana Man's able to catch up on that 45%, 40% that they were behind. Oh, but a good wall. Everybody's over it. This is going to be an interesting fight. Immortality Field out.
Oh, they've lost anything to defend themselves. I mean, the High Noon speaks volumes as it's able to clean it up. They lose their mag outside the wall. What a beautiful, I mean, Snoop deserves the credit for it, but Sinister investing that amp solely to help the team commit into it, that's what I call coordination.
And then look at this. They're not backing off. They're going to hang out here by the door. And if Purdue White comes low, they get pounced on from above. If they come out the other side, they're at a flank. Purdue White do not seem aware of this right now.
They are not too prepared as the Blizzard is going to be landing down. Park's coming close to build up to one of their own. The Banana invested the Shatter, the Blizzard, the Bomb. It's helping, but they did invest so much. But I think it's better than holding 6. As you see, Smoke wanting to retreat, ends up committing just the fall.
Purdue White bring that one back. I thought it was ill-advised when I see the Blizzard come out. I was, man, that's late. You're already down. No, they make it work. They pick up 2 with the self-destruct. And Sinister had already used their sound barrier. South Alabama's aggression is about to come around and bite them because now Purdue White, they're the ones with a sound barrier advantage, and they've pushed all the way up to the entry of the Foundry. Park main walls could be absolutely ruthless here at this choke going from B to C.
That window is going to be lowering their chances of committing, but they still have the ultimates. I mean, Akaza is saving one of their own. Finding out that Cassidy is absolutely massive. Now Smoke with the confidence of a million lions uses that Shatter. Saved by the Immortality and the Sound Barrier. Purdue White, they definitely got to give love to your supports, but look at this. South Alabama are still continuing to fight. The Shatter does land cross through, and then they are ran over. Purdue White, they're going to keep pushing this.
Purdue White are singing some thank you cards to Azuki and Mini Martian right now. The saves on that were unbelievable. The Immortality Field was perfect. The sound barrier absolutely flawless. And it allows Purdue White to survive that onslaught coming from South Alabama and then throw down the gargantuan Shatter. What a team fight for Purdue. Now they have nearly 4 minutes to finish off this map and finish off this series.
I mean, we've seen this before. Eichenwald, Vonda, it's going to be something different. Look at that. Project's already walking in with the speed, High Noon, waiting for that wall to break. Saves it for the last second, but unfortunately, it's not going to be getting too much value off of it. Will Purdue White invest with the Blizzard? Yes, but no, it's going to take a second. Actually, Snoop is the one who ends up using it. I got confused for a minute, because look at that, South Alabama. They don't give up any space.
And that's the power of the Blizzard. Snoop Ferret recognizes that everybody from Purdue are caught in this tiny area. They had the DMEC onto OG, I believe, before the Blizzard came out. Either that or OG was just not in a position to gobble that thing up, and it was monstrous. But look at all the check marks in the top left-hand side of your screen. Park might be able to return with one of their own. South Alabama do have some support ults to strike back. This is going to be an explosive fight.
They will use that window, but they're playing by the payload, using that natural cover. This is where South Alabama, they managed to shoot. That was a stun onto Banana Man to stop the Reinhardt from having a chance to survive. And what timing did you say they walked in with? It's already at the halfway point.
Yeah, they've eaten a considerable amount of time off of Purdue's clock. And that was a gorgeous stun out of Project. You gotta love the coordination out of South Alabama once again. Purdue did not spend any ultimates, though. They stayed disciplined through that fight and now have a monstrous advantage. South Alabama dumped almost everything in that last fight. Looking for Shatter. Oh, Banana Man almost got stunned out there.
Banana Man has to be careful. Look at that High Noon. It is going to be caught in by the Blizzard, but the sound barrier is there while the rest of the team are going to be disengaging. But look at that. Smoke is inside the backline. Banana Man doesn't know where to look and is going to collapse underneath that pressure. Honestly, that's the anxiety of when you go up against Double Shield. I've never seen it used in this type of way of a brawl things of sorts.
And this has allowed South Alabama to get back into this ult economy. To where now they've got yet another Blizzard coming up. Last one was massive for Snoop Ferret. Smoke and Neptunica not too far behind in their own right. Purdue need to be a little bit more decisive. They tried on that one, but South Alabama beat them to the punch. Purdue need to move in and strike first in this one.
They do use the Shatter, taking out Project, looking for that charge. Will not be caught in the Blizzard, but misses out against Smoke's own charge. That immortality is not there. You are not safe anymore. They have committed the sound barrier. Look at them. They are speeding through, hoping to get any staggered that's possible. But South Alabama are doing an amazing job of disengaging. They have ultimates to reconvene as a team, but losing out Project may slow this down. Smoke will pop out a Shatter of their own, hoping to take out Banana Man, but they have the healing to be able to survive through it. The bombs are being thrown, but in counter plays, we do see the immortality eventually being taken out as the Blizzard is now at the point. South Alabama may have made a big mistake in their eagerness to try and touch as a team to try and win this out. It is only going to be a Tracer who falls in the end as the Diva, the Doomfist, managing to do what they can. However, Purdue White, they are on the edge of victory right now.
Yeah, just a couple of stallers left. Smoke going over to the balls already low. Lucio is out. Diva will get a last second contest with only 0.17 left, but there's nothing to work with all the swaps. There's no ults available. With Purdue, they already have an M-Matrix out. There's a Deadeye from the back, and they keep South Alabama at bay. Purdue White will finish this off, taking the series 3-1. They are moving on to your grand finals here in the Challengers White Division.
I told my dog this would be a 3-2. Because these teams just had so much coming into this game, I didn't expect any less. But you gotta give Purdue White the credit that is deserved. They managed to take the victory 3-1, confirm that they are going over to the finals, and they have got to be feeling proud for it. They brought in that energy, and I gotta say, scared me a little.
I mean, Park was looking scary. Speaking of, I was a little critical of the May early on in this series. I take that all back. Well, I don't take it back, but Park really got it together. Really stepped up there on Kings Row. And I mean, the walls were on point. That second to final fight, we saw Park go in and freeze up Smoke when Smoke kind of had the advantage over Banana Man. And Park is there to save their Reinhardt while the rest of the team is frozen. Nobody else could help Banana Man. There was nobody there, but Park steps up, escapes the Blizzard, freezes up Smoke. And then with Smoke down, they push through and are able to muscle around that corner and start their trek down to victory. Huge plays coming out of Park there on the May on Kings Row. Still highlight of the day for me, though, despite that, has to be Azuki. Azuki, whether on the Ana or the Baptiste, was a cornerstone of this squad all day long, attack or defense, no matter the composition. Azuki, for me, would be my personal player of the match, person who impressed me the most here today.
Honestly, I can't even disagree with you, because if you didn't bring them up, I definitely was going to. They were a shining
How could
star.
you not?
Yeah, because
Yeah.
as a support, they were doing what they needed to do. They weren't in the kill feed because their team was doing the job, and that's what matters the most. But let's look on the bright side here, Bull Skunk. We're going to be able to stand here proud and even get a chance for an interview. And I mean, out of all the players, it's got to be the one that we always talk about.
Yep, we're going to get Park in here, have a little conversation, get some insight on this match we just saw. Give us a few minutes to get that set up. When we return, well, we're going to get to talk to Park. We'll see you in a minute. All right, we are back, and we've got Park join us in here, DPS player from Purdue. White, thank you so much for taking the time to join us for this little chat, and congrats on your victory.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Oh, it is our pleasure, my friend. It's our pleasure. How does it feel? Your freshman year coming in, Purdue White's first academic year, competing at NECC, and y'all are headed to the grand finals. How does that feel right now?
It's really cool. It's a great feeling. I joined over the summer, right before I came to Purdue, and I got to know like everyone on the team. We've had a lot of time to like build synergy, so it's really awesome. I think about half our team is freshmen, so it's actually unbelievable that we with this little time practicing together, we've been able to make it to grand finals.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely impressive, especially for freshmen. You guys first time, you're not used to seeing up against the opponents, maybe not being in this atmosphere. So when you guys were getting set, you're looking at your players and you're going up, week one and then continue going through. What helped you guys stay focused and motivated to, try to make it to the grand finals?
Last season, our last NECC season, it was pretty bad. We had like a negative win rate. We were at like the bottom of our conference. And so I think definitely having that low point last season definitely helped us like over winter break. We were able to like build back all that confidence that we lost, and we came back like stronger than ever.
So, no, yeah, you go, Bull.
I just wanted to follow up on that, on how. What happened over winter break that you're able to turn it around from being bottom of the conference to 8-1 and number 2 and moving on to grand finals?
It was, I think our like failures last season were a lot less due to like our skill as a team. I think all of our players individually are really good players, and it was a lot just like mental stuff. Most of us are new to playing in a tournament setting. like with a team, and so most of us are used to playing in like competitive, which is obviously very different than a team-based setting. So like being able to just like we hung out a few times over break, we just stayed in calls, we played a lot together, and building up that synergy as a team definitely helped us.
Yeah, so I guess one of my bigger questions is, when you're looking at that other side of possible grand finals, which team are you by far a bit more intimidated of the possibility going up against?
I think Murray State Gold. When we went up against them, and I think it was week 6, they were really the first team that we had a ton of struggle against, and so we've gone through those VODs, we've looked through the games with other teams, and I think we're ready to play them again this time.
You're hungry for that revenge?
Absolutely.
Yes, that's what I like to hear. You gotta get fierce about it. Like it's. You think you can beat them? I mean, it's.
They are a very good team, but I do think we have a very good shot at beating them this time.
I think you do too. One last question: just how good was Azuki in that match? Oh my goodness, Azuki seemed to just pop off in this series. Am I wrong? Like, was that?